Language not supported.
Hey, Crystal. Hey, Mua. Which one is better between evasion or endurance? I think it depends a lot on sort of the content you enjoy more or participating in more. Like if it's small scale in arenas, definitely do the melee evasion. If you're doing large scale, endurance is really strong, but like with endurance builds, you need a full trade in. You need the max H health traits as well, so it's more of a longer wait kind of build, but it depends on how much you're playing. And if you're swiping or not, I guess too. Hey Serial, how's it going? Hey folks. I thought I'd stream the because I was going to test the changes, the class changes, and just look at the new systems that they put into KR. But I thought I might as well stream it as well because I'm sure a lot of you are probably interested. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, here we go. I was gonna open this. 1 second. Oh yeah, here we go. I was gonna open this. Okay. That's good. That's good. That's good. Let's see. Okay. Go back to the game. I think my keybind's all reset. I haven't been on KR in so long. Oh, they added. Oh, this is so cool. The Lawless Zone. Oh, wow. Oh, that's really nice. So I think I think the Juan Lambo gameplay will change. Everyone else's, I don't think it would change that much. Like, we'll see though. I think what's more important is how squishier people will be with the new, like all the new healing reductions and like the, you know, the ability to reduce shield block chance a lot more with a lot of different skills. Oh wow. Talon Gear is just so much more diverse. I like it way better. So many options for things. That's all new. This is for folks wondering, Lawless Zone is the new cross server. If anyone ever played Guild Wars 2. You can sort of consider this Lawless Zone thing to be pretty much World vs. World. It's World vs. World from like Guild Wars 2. Which is pretty cool. So right now we're fighting these servers. We're fighting Callus, Greedle, and Alolan are the servers that we're matched with. Or I'm on Callus, but we're matched with Greedle and Alolan. I hope they find a way to get this that one early so we don't have to wait for it. I think the problem with it is that there's so much obviously gear that we shouldn't get if they were to give this to us now. So I don't know if we would get this. They could technically find a way, but it would change probably take a lot more work than they would want to put into it. But it would be cool if we get this World vs. World thing. I'm gonna enter it to see how it looks like. Probably gonna die because I don't have updated basic T2. Yeah, no worries, Luzia. Yeah, Bowan's getting nerf noodle. If you check the latest announcements in the healer Discord, you'll see that's my summarization of it. I don't know if it'll be the new meta, Alex, but it's definitely a very strong build. It's one that I use on global. How long do we get till we get this update? I think we probably would wait 3 weeks to a month to see this update because I think they're gonna want to go through the initial feedback they're gonna get this week from KR players. Like I have a Cordy one. Where did I go? Oh, I can't even see the. Oh, I had a Cordy one. Hey Dotsy, thank you. Healing is actually healing on the same CD and passive shield proc at 30%. Do you have a build for gates? I'm having a hard time. I do have a build for gates, Mua. I haven't put it on Maxwell, the one that I use in the gates. I probably should. But if you DM me on, I did put it in Discord recently in general. But if you DM me, I can send it to you as well on Discord. Oh, thanks for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate that. After Bone Wand, nerf Staff Wand, healer is viable again. It's one staff healer never died. It's always been viable. What's the position would you think you can do? Can you do one? Yeah, I'm gonna go over the new skill stuff. It's gonna. Can I link the? Can I get a link? Yeah, the healer Discord is just discord.gg/healersTNL. I don't think Juan Lambo will be ruined. We'll get into it. We'll just look at it. So I'm just checking out. This is the new World vs. World. They added a new World vs. World. It's pretty cool. So we're matched with 2 servers right now, and it's just like a gigantic map of PvP. And like it's like pretty much World vs. World like Guild Wars 2. It's pretty cool. I wanted to take a look at it really quick before I get into the class update stuff. But all my stuff reset, so I'm just gonna fix this really quickly. All I need is morph right now, probably. How big is this map? Oh, it's huge. It's like they cut a screenshot and just put it into the. That's funny. I wonder what you do here though. My thing. The best DPS for class for boss, I would say, would be Expo Dagger later on, Lombo Staff early on. What do I think of Staffon? I think Staffon's really strong. Yeah, I think Staffon's pretty strong. Yeah. No negative opinions about it. I think it's a strong class. Stuff like that. I do have my like key points about each of the healer builds in an article that I put together just to make it easy for folks to see like point form, like my thoughts on stuff. I'll post it right now in chat. Like that's my take a look at that. Hey folks, thanks for joining. I don't think healer is dead, Alex. Oh, the World vs. World is. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Well, no one's here right now, but I think it's just PvP. Like you just. Oh no, there's mobs too. I see. There's an enemy. Well, the mob has 251,000 health. It's just like bosses. Oh, I think you farm the mobs for gear. I'm guessing. Oh, there's quests. Okay. The oh here. Oh, this codex. That's just codex stuff. Hmm. Oh, there's buffs here as well. Oh no, that's not the buffs. Oh, they gave him the stuff. Oh wow, these are cool. Hmm. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna leave this. Go back to I don't know how to get out of here. How do I get out of here? Let me out. Let me out. Wait, where's my return button? Oh, I put it here. Oh, it's B. Okay, never mind. I'm getting out. I don't know if I don't think the nerfs to healers the nerfs to healers are definitely a nerf for sure. Like they're bad, but I don't know I don't know how bad until I actually like fight or see fights. Um, but let's just go and test them out on dummies for now and stuff like that. Yeah, healers have prio on certain boss loots, but usually if it's boss loot that is shared with tanks, like tanks will get prioed, for example. Usually our boss loot is shared with tanks, though. Like we don't share much loot with DPS. Wandstaff has always been good. I don't think Wandstaff died. They just did something different. The skills I use for PvP, fan, if you're on Twitch, you can do !point builds, and you can see my builds for Lombo and stuff. Yeah, I have a cooldown spin. So like based on like some of the changes they put in today, Naz, I added my 4-piece trans build. So the my disclaimer with the 4-piece trans build is if they're making healers squishy because they don't want healers to be live lord, then you might as well be squishy and as min max with your cooldowns and healing power as much as possible without throwing too much into cooldown where you're just feeding into the diminishing returns to a point where it's not worth it. So I added my 4-piece trans build options into my quest log that I put into I put that link in into the healer Discord, but I'm also gonna copy paste it here because like that's I haven't really shared this much until today, so I'll put it in the chat. So this is what I would probably want to test, not like necessarily commit and run and tell people to run it too, but like the 3 trans build at the bottom of that link are the builds I probably am gonna look to test for the changes that they're eventually gonna implement soon into KR or into NA. Yeah, there's new update in there's a big update in KR right now, gamer. A bunch of class updates. You have the artifact system that's in the game now, which is pretty cool. Besides the artifact system, you have also a world versus world, so you get matched with 2 servers every week, and with those servers you fight, and I guess the winners get these rewards, and they're just insane gear. Like you can see this one's like 3 wisdom, 3 perception, cooldown, skill damage resistance. Yeah, this one that's heavy attack evasion, max health, damage reduction, collision resistance. This one's dex wisdom, critical hit bonus. You have something like this one is heavy attack chance, crit hit perception, and strength. It's a lot of really good accessories, new ones that they're adding in here. Heavy attack evasion, damage reduction, endurance, max health, wisdom, perception, magic hit, cooldown speed. Oh, they're bringing back. Oh, they're not doing general hits anymore. They're just bringing back specific. Interesting. Yeah, some cool stuff. And then the bags have things I don't know what this means. Google Lens that, but yeah. But more importantly, those give you the ruins or artifact pieces to make your artifacts, and the artifacts also have special. They do things to your abilities. So, some really cool new stuff that also just change the way gameplay is for every class. I wonder if you could see the artifacts though in like here somewhere. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. Okay. Oh shoot. I don't have 6 things here. I'll just reset this one. They're not doing that just yet, that's for sure. I don't have that guardian. I gotta. Wait, where's my guardian tab? I'm blind. Oh, it's here. I'm gonna use Talicia. When are they gonna introduce the changes on Western servers? I would expect 3 weeks to a month, Lauren. They're probably gonna want to go through the initial feedback they're gonna get from this week, and then they're gonna take in like maybe a week or 2 to put in those changes. Hey folks, thanks for joining. Thoughts on Bowan nerfs? I think they're definitely big nerfs. All healers got nerfed. Survivability got nerfed in general. But yeah, I don't know how intense they are just yet. But let me just put the standard things into here really quick. Oh yeah, the shield. Oh, it's not in English. Okay, I'm gonna translate this, guys, and I'll read it out. Hold on. Let's see. So, let me get my Google Lens. If you have Google Lens, please Google Lens yourselves as well. Do this together. Let's learn Korean together. Okay, so the translation is, when your health is below 30%, create a shield of 6,000 health that lasts 3 seconds when hit and has a 60-second cooldown. Okay. That's pretty shit. Because 6,000 health can get wiped out, especially at this point in the game. 6,000 health can be wiped out with one ability. And then you get like 10 abilities on you at the same time, though. Heh. I wonder if that's increased with buff duration, though. Hey, Takeomi. 1 second. It's a 60-second cooldown. My buff duration right now is 57%. So I'm just gonna get rid of buff duration because I just want to see. I'm pretty sure it's increased with buff duration, but I just want to confirm that. Reset stats. Really good. So 41%, and then I just need to be weakened by something. Hold on. Let me go to the zombies. Yeah, that passive got super nerfed. That passive doesn't even do like half of what it used to do before. Like, it's a one-time use shield that's only 6,000 health. When before we had a shield that was infinite proc and it was 3k health. So I'm not trying to be greedy and say like we should get more, but like it would have sort of make sense to give us a little more compared to what we're used to. But it is what it is. I'm just gonna change this. Okay. I just need someone debuff me. Oh, let me put on my. Whoa. Okay, whatever. Wait, but does it even show when you're on cooldown? I don't know if it went off. Hold on. Let me reset. Let me put my bow. Is Saffron better now, or still we should play Wowan? I think I don't know yet. I think it's too early for me to say what's better or not. I think what they do is definitely gonna have to be tweaked in terms of what they do the best, in terms of like Lombo Wand. But I think Lombo Wand is still strong. Like, the main thing, right, is that if you have okay, let me just put these in because obviously they're gonna be. We'll just demonstrate this. So if you have Swift Healing, apparently now Swift Healing and Healing Touch share cooldown. So if I use Swift Healing on myself, hold on, how can I use this? Wait. Hello? This better be a bug. I swear, if we can't use Swift Healing on ours, no, we should be able to use. Hold on. Invalid target. I think it's a bug. Huh. Oh, you know what? I think my settings are just completely reset, so I just have to hopefully. Oh, here, auto use target. Yeah, I just didn't have the option on. Okay, false alarm. Oh yeah, so it's sharing a cooldown now. 7 and 6, the exact same cooldown now. Wait, that's crazy because even though this is a 5.46 second cooldown, if you use a swift healing cooldown, it applies a swift healing cooldown to the healing touch cooldown. Huh. So I'm assuming then if you use the healing touch cooldown, it applies a lower cooldown to swift healing. Huh. Okay. Well. Out. Get out. Okay, I'm gonna go back to I want to see if the buff duration increases the devoted shield, which I assume it would, but it's just good to test it anyways. I think it's Oh, you know what? They didn't say spy damage. Hold on. Sorry, I'm thinking about testing that wrong. I'm just gonna fall off a cliff. I think it's gonna be instant trigger. We'll see. My theory is that the devs play greatswords. Every single one of them play the greatsword class, and they were mad that they weren't able to one combo us anymore because melee evasion meta is like a huge thing right now on both KR and global. So they did this. Okay, so if I fall from here, this shield should activate and give me 6,000 health. Okay, maybe it's not from falling. Maybe I have to actually get hit under 30% health. Okay, let me just lose a bit more health and then... Well, actually, no, I'll just let these bombs hit me lower. Wait, I forgot. Did the translation say weekend? I forgot what it said already. Hold on. Was it? It said... When your health is... No. It says when your health is below 30%, create a shield of 6,000 health that lasts for 3 seconds when hit. So it says when hit now. You don't need... It doesn't need to be weakened anymore. According to the translation, at least. So let's need these mobs to hit me under 4.7k health, because that should be below my 30%. And that, oh yeah, here's a shield. So 6,000. Oh, but you see the shield timer was more than the 3 seconds they said. So hold on, let me put a timer for 30 seconds, because then that means it should be increased by buff duration. I'm just gonna put all my gear on. I think I'm about to die, aren't I? Hold on. All my keybinds got reset. I'm gonna put it together, so just a second. Also, if I'm missing any questions, I apologize. I'm just gonna focus on just doing this testing really quick. But feel free to ask your questions that I might have missed now, and I can take a look at them. I'm looking at chat a little closer while I wait for this cooldown. Okay, the cooldown's back. I'm gonna put all my gear back on. Oh, all my gear is on. Oh, my stat points is what I wanted to fix. Is it affected by skill cooldown reduction also? I'm not sure. We can test that though too. I'm just gonna get a bunch of these mobs to hit me. So it should be a lot higher now. We're gonna see the timer for it is now 5 seconds. So it is affected by buff duration. I'm gonna do 30 seconds again, and let's see. I'm just gonna see if cooldown reduction affects it. So we're at 19 seconds right now. 16 seconds. Okay, let's get them to hit me. See if it activates early. Okay, it's not activating. It's still not activating. It's 5 seconds left. Still not activating. Yeah, so cooldown speed does not affect it. So it was at like 3 seconds left there, and it wasn't activating under 4.7k health, which was way below 30% my health. Yeah, it's in the skill description. It says it's a. Oh wait, sorry. It's a 60-second cooldown, not 30 seconds. My bad. Hold on. Let's do it again. 60 seconds, not 30 seconds, right? And just getting it to proc. The animation still looks the same. Oh, it does. I like how it gives you the, or it makes your health bar look different now. It actually shows the temporary health or shield that it gives. That's good. That works the same on Invincible Wall. I'm pretty sure I saw that in the patch notes as well. Just gonna wait. We're at like 50 seconds right now. My cooldown speed is, or cooldown reduction is, oh, it's not high right now. I don't have my cooldown gear on. I actually don't even know where it is. I have to try it under when we're at like, okay, I'm gonna get them to hit me. Oh, okay, cooldown speed does affect it because that just procced at 10 seconds. So cooldown speed does affect the passive cooldown. Oops. And there goes the timer. My game's bugging out. Hold on, let me fix my my keybinds. I can't play this game with these keybinds. I hate these keybinds. Oh, whoops, I did that wrong. Alright, that's correct. Let me just put the normal stuff because there's stuff that just probably won't change. I'm just gonna do ZVZ right now. Let me. It sounds annoying me, but I'm just gonna do ZVZ right now. Do you think diminishing returns on cooldown got fixed because of passive being affected by cooldown? No, I don't think it did. Diminishing returns is still there, right? Because you can see it there. Diminishing returns on cooldown, like other stats, is intended, though. Like they intentionally put that into the game because it's been in there since like when the game was still in its testing phases. Like when I played the game in the test servers, like it's always been there on all stats, just diminishing returns on everything. Does healing touch on the purifying touch also affect the cooldown on the swift healing? Oh yeah, that's something I also wanted to test as well. Let's find that out. I'm gonna put together what I think I'd want to run right now. And then we can go and figure that out as well, though. What do I put here normally? Oh, I put this here. Oops. I want to do something with this. I actually was testing this on NA. It was like an idea since we can't really run healing touch. I'll show you what I was envisioning with that. This can get off my bar. Never want to see that again. Well, maybe. We'll see. We may not even have like other options that like you might as well just take that. I mean, you might as well just take that, I guess, too. I mean, you could take, depending on what you're running, there are some other options. Like if you're taking curses in your build, you could run this for more of the max damage stacking, right? At level 5, or where I have it right now, level 40, that's tax times 3, that's 120 max damage boost, so more healing, obviously. That's affected by your buff duration, by the way, so that's like a 12-second buff. And then you get mana regen, which we don't really care about mana regen later on, because we have good mana regen ourselves, but the max damage is nice for super high healing. But, yeah, we'll see. I'm just gonna put in for now. 1 second. Oh, specializations. DPS just gives... Oh, you're answering somewhere in chat. Okay, I see. It is your Saffron DPS build still viable? Do you see the DPS build getting it better on future updates? Yeah, the DPS builds for Saffron is always a thing, but it's a thing in the sense that it's like it's a subpar DPS, right? Because you're never really doing, unless you build as an actual DPS, then you're like, and you're at the same time you're still not going to be doing as much damage as like a staff dagger or a staff longbow, because those weapons synergize much better for DPS, for increasing your DPS, right? I don't know what that says, but hopefully it doesn't mean a maintenance. But let me put these specializations together really quickly based on what I have. I'm gonna do that for now. I'm gonna change it, but I just put that in from what I remember. Okay, let's go to the zombies and see if the healing touch on purifying touch shares a cooldown or does a cooldown thing with swift healing. And if it does, I'm gonna be really pissed. And it shouldn't, because this is technically this is not healing touch, this is purifying touch. So it should be separate, but you never know. But you guys notice the when you press a skill on the target, it does this thing now? I don't think it does this on global, right? Where it does a little circle thing? That's new, right? DPS will probably like that, just easily see who they're targeting. I actually like that too. Nice. What's the TLDR for balances coming up? We're testing that right now. Don't really have an opinion yet. Maybe TZ. Oh, whoops. Wrong field. Okay, no, it doesn't show our cooldown. I just used it to cleanse that debuff. It didn't put swift healing on cooldown, so that's good. We're good. We can still definitely do the purifying touch with healing touch specialization and the nature's blessing combo to proc the vitality specialization. So we can still do our giga heal. The giga heal though will likely be something that is easier to pull off and probably better prioritize on your SNS, your tank in your group, because they're going to be the people that will constantly have a debuff on them besides yourself when you're targeted. So you probably prioritize a Giga Heal for the tank mainly. Could be easier just to get it off on them constantly. And it's also the best way to heal someone with over 20k health. And then using it on yourself when needed, when you're focused. If possible, like, because you might be perma CC, you know, or just CC, not perma. But second probably will just be a DPS who's like CC'd and is getting focused. You just can easily proc this on them too. It's just not something you can do on demand whenever you want. You're just waiting for someone to be debuffed. But on that note then too, I would use, if it makes sense, like if they don't need a burst heal, they just need something to sustain damage that they're receiving, I would prioritize the Purifying Touch, Nature's Blessing heal on your tank and DPS to save them first before wasting your burst heals, since you don't have like a healing touch to spam, right? Like that second heal that was really nice, just to spam on people, keep up on people. So like your burst heals become a lot more precious again. But I wanted to show what I was thinking with Curse Nightmare though. Like what to do with this extra slot that we have. Like if something like this is large scale, by the way, we're talking about large scale here for folks who are just joining. We're not really talking about like all scales of PvP. But if we're just talking about large scale, like, and you usually in large scale you have like you know, like hundreds of people just all grouped up together. And what Enhanced Mire does is it decreases the movement speed by 2 seconds. Oh no, decreases movement speed duration by 2 seconds. Wait, movement speed decrease, duration increased by 2 seconds. When movement speed increases apply, create a 5-meter radius zone which decreases the movement speed and attack speed of 30% with 8% for 2 seconds. Like that's like pretty good. It makes all casting speeds, it makes all attack speeds, animations very slow for people in it, and also decreases the movement speed of people. Can help. It's like just a nice CC, I'm thinking. It's like an AoE like that, but like everyone here is slowed. And then if that target is moving at the same time, they're just constantly slowing the people around them. I was thinking like, if what you're gonna do with that last slot, that might be a good option. Is what I was thinking. But that's the only thing I needed mobs to show. So I'm gonna go back to town to, or no, I'm just gonna stay here for a second and look at chat for a second. Okay, I'm looking at chat. So if I missed any questions, if you can please just retype them, resend them. I'll read them. I'll read through them now. Sorry about that if I missed your questions. So the Giga Heal build, this would probably be what I would run if I'm running like a full support healer build. Like this last slot, like it's pretty flexible because like this is normally where we put healing touch, right? But now that healing touch is not something that you'd want in your build, because it shares a cooldown with swift healing. And then like you can't argue and say like, well, I'll use it when I don't want to use swift healing, to just apply a hot on someone. You could do that, but then you risk you risk when you actually like maybe you use it and then your swift healing automatically goes on cooldown too, and then in that like in a few seconds you now need swift healing because someone took a lot of damage and you don't have it because it's on cooldown simply because you use healing touch. So like I think it's too risky, so I wouldn't personally run it anymore. Devish should get into some healing ideas from Terra Online. I have cooldown build, yeah, but you sacrifice many things. Yeah, that's a problem with cooldown speed in this game. But I will say cooldown speed gets better in like where it currently is in T2. So as T2 goes on in Talendir gear, and it's not the T2 we're going to be getting first, it's Talendir gear where cooldown speed, stacking it makes a lot more sense. And you're not sacrificing really anything to get like 40% cooldown speed in your build. The build that I'm thinking of running and testing, which is 4-piece Transcendental, is obviously going to be squishy, but I'm of the opinion that if the developers are forcing us to be squishy, you might as well be squishy and have super high healing and like a reasonable amount of cooldown speed that's still high. So I linked it earlier, but I'll relink it. These Transcendental 4-piece trans sets is what I'm thinking of running. Well, I'm just gonna 25, 34, here you go. So this is the one that I'm thinking of running. There's 3 of them in here. There's one that's 70 strength, and then there's one with Exca and one with the Quirius wand. I'm thinking of doing the one with the Exco wand, so I'll post that there. But yeah, it's not something I'm saying like everyone do this. This is like what I think is really good now. I don't think that. I just need I think it's just good to test first though. I feel like I never had mana as healer. Any tips? Yeah, you need 620, like 620 mana regen holy, and you'll not have mana issues anymore. Before pots, and before food. What would the arena build be now? Healing touch is a no-go. Yeah, I think the arena build would, you just take healing touch out. Hold on, I have to look at that. I forgot what my arena build looks like on Max Pool. But or I can just like look at it really quickly. I think you obviously take out healing touch, and then you can put in tornado, and it should fit. Yeah, you should be able to put in tornado. You can be able to fit tornado in there, and use that in arenas. I also use that in arenas sometimes as well. I put that in alternatives. But now you can just put in a tornado and keep enchanting time at the same time. So you can do that. You can put in probably, depending on your hit, you can maybe put in decisive sniping. But yeah, like I look at those two options first for alternatives and play around with it and see what you like better. Hi, with the Safwan Longbow Meta, what do you think about range magic endurance for large scale and GVG? Range of magic endurance is okay. I would say I wouldn't do range of magic endurance because we're getting the T2. So Salu, because we're getting the T2 dungeons in like a couple weeks. The T2 dungeons that we're getting a couple weeks are going to have all the T1 accessories, including the new T2 dungeon T1 accessories and the T1 capes, as well as the field boss gear and the armor that drops from the arc bosses as well in boxes. That's what the T2 dungeons are currently slated to have that we can see in the code. And they haven't changed that yet. So we're thinking they're going to keep that at the same, just like how they had it in KR when T2 Dungeons first arrived. And it makes the most sense because if the T2 Dungeons aren't going to have T2 gear, then they're likely going to have that T1 gear. And if they are going to have that T1 gear, you have access to Reaper Boots, you have access to the Trans Helm, and then a bunch of accessories and capes that are super helpful. But I also bring that up because you can run a really good melee evasion range endurance build, Sayu, that would be better than a range and magic endurance only build. And I have that in the link that I showed you with the quest log, and I can also just share my screen really quick of what it looks like. So one second. Here we go. Wait, that's not it. Here we go. Okay, so I think you can see my browser. I'll zoom in. I think it's like, sure. There you go. Oh, this looks so weird on my screen. But with these are my T2 part 1 builds. So what we're likely going to be getting for T2 gear, right? In the coming weeks. But this is like an example of one of the magic evasion builds that you can build, right? You can see it has, this is by the way 16,000 health, not 17,000. It adds a 1,000 because I have to use a Talondir version of Questlog to access these T2, T1 accessories. But you can see you reach 1,800 magic evasion and 800 range endurance. So the way you see this is like, it's pretty much the same idea as a melee evasion range endurance build, but now you're building for magic and range, right? So this is like something that you'll find probably more beneficial to use in large scale. And you're able to achieve these stats with, you know, the new accessories that we're going to be getting from the T2 dungeons. Yeah, Transset is out already, JCU. And then like this is it for staff. It's like similar, but it's like even better because staff is staff, you know. So they have 18k health, you know, they still have high magic evasion. And they also have good hit as well, 754. And then the one with Talus Staff, even Talus Staff reaches 70 strength now as well. But yeah, so you can, I would recommend doing magic evasion range endurance if you wanted to run a magic range defensive kind of build. Something that you can also do with T2 dungeons as well, with the T1 stuff we're getting in it, is a proper triple endurance build is possible now as well. So this triple endurance build achieves 700 melee endurance, 840 range endurance, and 680 magic endurance. You also get like 16,000 health as well, and 700 mana regen, blah, blah, blah. But a proper one is now possible because of the stuff we can get in the T2 dungeons that are T1. So like there's a couple more builds that are obviously more possible. The trans build, I'm not telling anyone to do the trans build. It's just something that I want to personally test on my own. So if you want to test it yourself, then that's like up to you, but I'm not recommending it because I don't have videos to prove that like, oh, this works guys in large scale. These builds obviously will not work in small scale. Like if we all, I think, have played the game enough to understand that these builds won't work in small scale because it's cloth and endurance with these types of defenses. And this kind of like, even though the health is 50k, like you're just going to be perma-stunned. And everyone knows if you're perma-stunned or perma-CC'd, you're just going to die because you can't move and heal yourself or use abilities. Use a purification stone, but they'll just reapply an easy CC because they know you're running endurance. But in large scale, these type of builds, like I'm thinking in large scale, my thought is that the 4-piece trans will be, well, not my thought. I know 4-piece trans will work in large scale because I did this early on in KR in T1. You just have to hide in the balls, just like the positioning change. Like the way you position will change. You just have to position in a way that it's going to be hard for people to easily target you, because you're going to be a lot squishier and easy to CC lock. But you'll pump is the idea. I think what I wanted to retest though is the increase to the amount that you pump in healing is worth the squishiness, is I think what I wanted to retest, because I don't have my T1 4-piece trans KR gear anymore, so I can't really test it, but I'd want to personally test it on global. A little curious how well stun resistance works in arena. Does it help survive getting one shot? Stun resistance does work. I don't know if folks seen the well, now that I started talking about it, I guess I have to commit to talking about it. But there is also, I don't know if folks seen the recent tests for resistances. I can show it. I think I can show it. I'm gonna show it. Hold on. Let me hold on. I have to get the screenshot. I think it's in like the healer Discord somewhere. From myself. Eli resistance. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna also copy and paste what these things translate to. So you guys understand what this means in English. Here we go. So this is the more recent, as of like, I'm pretty sure a month ago or whatever. Yeah, like a month ago. Oh, whoops, 1 second. Let me just type this in the chat really quickly as well. That's like the translations for everything. But yeah, so this is the more recent test to chance versus resistance. I'm just gonna go over like what this all means. So the first line is chance. So the base chance used for the test was 500, right? So they had like a 500 chance of whatever I forgot what CC they were using, and then the base CC was 70%, right? And then this row, the third row, is the resistance. And the second line was, what was that again? Oh, sorry. The second line was the resistance. The third row was the difference between the chance and the resistance. So those are the more important numbers to understand. This second last line is the final application probability. So what the CC ended up being, the chance of the CC landing, that's what it ended up being. And this is the last line is what the chance of the CC not landing ended up being, right? So when you have a 500 chance and 500 resistance, there's obviously no difference. It's a 9. So your 70% base chance is actually a 90% chance. So that's something they realized, which was pretty interesting, is that when your resistance and chance are equal, so like zero difference, the chance of the the chance of the CC landing was 90%, rather than it being 70%. So that was like pretty interesting. As soon as you started, 500 and 0. But as soon as you start getting to like, it's interesting to see that even though you have way less resistances, by adding resistances, it still started to reduce the probability of the CC landing. So I think that was pretty interesting. So you can see already 50 resistance compared to 500 chance is an 89%. Obviously, it's like a very like small difference. But if you just added, I think, where was it? That was Pretty interesting. When it matches, obviously 70-70, but when you add 50 over whatever the chance is, it drops it drastically, like 70 to 58% chance, right? So just by having what do you call it? Just by having 50 over someone else's chance, you reduce the probability of the CC landing by 12%. So I thought that was pretty crazy. And then it started dropping even more, like 100 over someone else's chance was 20% less. And then, you know, you keep going up and up and up, and you can see like how drastically it starts dropping. Like resistance has such a huge impact on chance up into an extent, obviously. You see here the diminishing return starts to really kick in. 14.6 to 14, 15.2, 14.6, blah, 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 blah. But what this showed me is if you have 200 chance or 200 resistance over someone's chance, right, you can reduce a chance of 70% to 29.2%, which is I thought was insane. So the average chance people have on global right now, because this is obviously KR, people don't have 500 chance on a lot, like on anything really on global. So everyone has around like 200 to 300 chance just from their perception, right? Because perception gives you chance. So if you, let's say like on average players have like 250 chance, because not everyone has perception stacked high. If you just get 500 resistance and whatever you want to build resistance towards, which is achievable by not by everyone, but by a lot of people, right? You can reduce the chance of ability of like something with like 70%, which is a lot of abilities, to by 31.1%. I thought that was pretty impactful, or just like helpful to know. So just sharing this chart because it was like something that was completed like a couple weeks ago. So it's a very recent test of chance versus resistance that I thought folks might find interesting because it's a stat that's often confused. I think KR went on KR has a maintenance. Wait, let me see. Yeah, KR has a maintenance. Okay, I'm gonna log on to global. 1 second. 1 minute. I'm just gonna see how long this maintenance is though before I go on to global. Sorry, I'm gonna look at chat. What do I do as a Woe 1 healer? They took away my hot. I'm depressed. You use the. It's not completely doomed KF. I don't really think it's like that doomed. But what you do KF is your hot, the healing touch specialization that you can apply to purifying touch is something that you can still use to activate the Nature's Blessing Giga Heal. And then the remaining slot is probably a preference thing right now. I think I'm going to try out the Meyer specialization of sleep. That does the AoE slow, AoE movement speed and attack speed debuff. And just see how I like that in large scale. But I don't think it's completely doomed. I think the survivability is what's doomed. I think that's going to be something that we'll probably have to like experience more and see what we feel about it. But we'll see. I'm being optimistic. And also thanks for the subs, by the way. Sal and Dan Simmons, appreciate it. So there's a maintenance right now for 1 hour and 30 minutes. So I'll open up KR back again in 1 hour and 30 minutes. But I think we got the main things we wanted to test done. So I'm gonna open up global right now, and do some things on there. 1 hour 30 minutes. KR will be back. So I think that's 11 o'clock EST. So with the T2 dungeon drops you think that are coming, would any of your builds on max roll change? Yes, they would. I posted the link in the chats already. But you probably just entered a little bit ago, so I'll repost it so you can check those out. These are all my T2 dungeon part 1 builds. So feel free to take a look at those. Yeah, those are like the T2.
Language not supported.
Oh, it does that. So weird. So feel free to take a look at those. Hey. But yeah, I put that in chat. How long is maintenance? Maintenance 1 hour and 30 minutes. So it's coming back at 11 p.m. EST. What do you think of running melee evasion versus just doing ranged magical evasion plus CC resist? Well, I think, hold on. To build a proper range magic evasion build and CC resist is pretty difficult, Priscilla. And it's not because of the CC resist, because you can... It's more so getting the proper range of magic evasion you need. Staff can probably do it with Victorious Energy, but then you rely on Victorious Energy for getting both those evasions to the proper breakpoint. So like 16, you want 16, well, in T2 part 1, you'll want 1600 range evasion, then you're going to want like 1700 magic evasion to properly counter range hit and magic hit. So to do that, to achieve that, is harder to do in just T1 gear. Like T2 gear is very easy to do. Like T2 gears, there's sets that are built for that. But in T1 gear, there's not really sets built for that. So it's a lot harder to reach the proper breakpoints for both while having high max health and then having all the, CC resistance that you want. So I would do the magic evasion range endurance builds that I shared, or that are in that link that I just posted, Priscilla. And then you can build resistance on the traits for some of those accessories, or swap things around for the resistance that you want. So should I go farm trans gear right now? I don't know, JCU. I still need to test it. I think in large scale trans force piece could work only because I that's what I did on KR when T1's a thing. Like a lot of my early PvP videos, which are still on my YouTube channels, like those very, very first ones for KR, were in 4-piece trans because I ran 4-piece trans. I was just like super squishy in small skill and small skills because arenas wasn't out at the time, and that's why I swapped off of it, because I did a lot of small scale fights, so I hated it. So I swapped off of it. But in large scale, it wasn't bad at all because you just hide in a ball. There's like hundreds of players around. It's hard for people just to isolate you. But with specializations, it's even harder to probably isolate you in large scale. So in large scale, I think it would definitely work because that's what I did. But in small scale, in arenas, you would probably hate it. So I would say build 2 sets. If you want a 4-piece trans set, you want to build 2 sets. Yeah, I think 4-piece trans in large scale is definitely something that could work. I think more so is seeing if the increased healing is worth it. The investment. I think that's more so what I want to understand. So I was going to make the investment myself, as in like getting the pieces from my guild and like selling stuff and using the lucent I make from selling stuff to buying. Well, I probably wouldn't trade it first. I probably would just enhance it to 9. So I'm just going to obtain the pieces, enhance them to 9, and then I'll test it. And I'll probably record that and post it once I get the pieces. Have a comment on the nerfs? Yeah, Mix. I was just on the KR server, but it's on maintenance, so I didn't fully test all the changes. But I think the nerfs mainly, the main thing that should be focused on for the nerfs, Mix, is the fact that we're just squishier. Like, I don't think our healing is going to be drastically impacted. Like, I don't think we're weaker healers at all. We're still the strongest healers in terms of healing output. But when it comes to survivability, we definitely got heavily nerfed. So I think we're going to be a lot easier to kill. When it comes to like crossbows, I think when it comes to crossbows, when it comes to mages, we're going to be easier to kill because it's going to be harder for them, or it's going to be harder for, like, or not harder, but it's like we don't have a shield that's proccing constantly to make it difficult for us to die. Especially in large scale, when you have multiple people on you, you'll probably just pop like every other healer other than Wand SNS. But Wand SNS also might like pop a lot easier now too, right? Because there's the they added a bunch of abilities that reduce shield block chance, which there were barely any before. I think there's only one. And they also added a lot of healing reduction, as you guys saw already. There's the 80% healing reduction abilities now. So I think that might make Wand SNS easier to kill too. Because shield block chance is what made Wand SNS, like all other tanks really too, super, super tanky. But now that you have those two things that target their tankiness, it might be a lot easier to kill. In the sense that they'll finally probably die to like maybe 10 people on them, rather than them like live lording all of that. But we'll see. Hey, I was meaning to ask you, when it comes to small kill PvP or open world, how do you handle these 1v1 situations as a peer for support? Yeah, in those 1v1 situations, I just make sure that I never die, so they leave me alone and they get annoyed. Is how I usually handle those situations, Dev. Because normally when you're a Juan Lombo and someone tries to 1v1 you, you should not die. in a 1v1. Like Juan Lombo should never die in a 1v1 versus anyone. So normally people would just give up. Or they'll be on you long enough to where like someone will just come and kill them. You sharing your build? Why is your Greatsword Wand? I hate this build. Oh, I named Greatsword Wand. I hate this build because I've been a hater of Greatsword Wand. Not necessarily that it's bad or anything like that. I just hate Greatsword. So just me being petty. But I haven't played the build myself, so I don't have any particular comments on it to say if it's like really good or not in T1. I know my only experience with Greatsword Wand is just in T2 Talendir. So it's like the most latest version of the game on KR. So there's a lot more insane gear to make a build like that work really, really well. But I don't have experience or know of anyone that's doing it in T1 very effectively and has like videos to share about it or anything like that. Does hit chance affect sleep chance? No, hit only affects evasion, chance only affects resistances. There's layers that they go through, a skill goes through though. So when a skill with damage and CC goes to you, it goes through the hit and evasion check, and then it goes to the chance and resistance check. Because if a skill can just completely miss, or the damage can miss and the CC lands, right? Because they're different checks. How about Staff 1 for PvP? Any thoughts on that, or is it pretty squishy too? Staff 1 PvP works just as it did before JCU. They haven't really experienced many changes. They technically got buffs because they got their two most popular skills, DPS skills, which is the Firebomb, Charge Firebomb, and Meteor, got healing reduction on it, or healing reduction increase, and then also healing reduction added to Firebomb. So yeah. Hey Luna, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. Oh, and welcome to the guild as well. Whoa, a bunch of messages came in. Crazy. Hi everyone. A lot of messages. Appreciate your builds. Why is your great? How about Staff 1 preview? Any thoughts on that, or is it pretty squishy too? Oh, I already read that. When you go from T1 to how much blessing is transferred from a fully geared total? I don't know how much it is, Blade, because with global launch they changed the values of blessings and how much is transferred, so I don't actually know how much will be transferred anymore. We got a lot more movement flow to the kit, worth using range and movement speed. Yeah. Did global hit T2 stuff or not? Not yet. Probably. You probably got the question to say. What's your overall thought on stacking melee and range endurance? Yeah, the range endurance build works really well in large scale rave, but you just have to be fully traded in your endurance traits and your max health traits, so it's just a lot more of an investment. So you could be waiting longer if you're free to play. If you're following rave, would you let's go for melee evasion build in T2? In T2, I would go for a melee evasion build. I actually have a Talendir melee evasion build as well. I probably would continue the same thing. But there's also really other good builds that are just super strong as well. Like the triple endurance builds only get stronger starting in T2 gear, or with T2 dungeons. Like there's a build with T2 gear with Talendir that you can get 1700 melee endurance. Or sorry, it's so before the distorted sanctuary buff, it's 1400 melee endurance. 1300 range endurance, and I think it's 900 or 1000 magic endurance. So you get like insane values, and then you have like 20k plus health or whatever. It's like pretty crazy and really good. Hey Luna, someone from the chat also have a bug that Queen Belair on the Desert Caravan event is visible, or know the fix of that. I don't know the fix of it. Sorry, Antonio. You're like, what's the best upgrades after both weapons are max? The best upgrades after both weapons are max. You mean in terms of enchanting, like levels? I would just enchant like all your armor to 8 and accessories to 8 as well. Try to do anything that increases your melee evasion. If you're running melee evasion build, do anything that increases your melee evasion first. And then anything that increases like that gives you a stat point as well, because 8 gives you the max stat point level of whatever gear that stat point is on. Hey Matthias. Maybe you build new skill build with us on stream. Oh yeah, Tag. I did that. I already showed the build that I'm probably gonna use, Tag, on KR before it went down. I don't know if I want to reset this page and then redo it again though. But oh no, I'm just gonna open up on the browser. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't want to like. I reset that. I reset this page like 5 times today. I didn't want to do it again, and then redo it like later on. But I'll open up a quest log and I'll just show it there. Okay. Open up browser again. Browser. Here we go. Okay. So what I did on KR, or what I was using when KR was still up, it's down right now. It's gonna be up in like an hour-ish. But I had all these thingamabobs on here. I think that this here. And I had this here. Oh, did not do that. See, I'm so used to this. I'm gonna miss it. And then what else did I have? I had this here, and I had this here, and then oh no. I had this here, and then this is here. And then you're gonna put this. And I put Meyer here, do healing touch, vortex, all of these, this. Oops, you don't need that. Chanting time, these. Sorry, just gonna look at chat. I'm just gonna change something though. What is your opinion on playing SMS Juan as a pure healer? SMS Juan as a pure support healer is good. The thing with though, as a pure for support healer, you always still have to go to the front line. So if you're going to the front line anyways, because you have to recover mana, right? You might as well take CC at the same time. So you want to run a balanced build. You should have all your support abilities on your wand. You can maybe not run clays, but for the most part, you want the others on your bar. Someone suggested to me, but I'm sure. Do you think build up melee bases could be the way to go for Aegis global release? Global's already reached release Tipsy, but I'm running a melee evasion range endurance build Tipsy right now. I've been running it since the start of global. Hope to learn more from the best and have fun. Yeah, no worries, Lila. Thank you. It's possible to run double evasion T1, or is that the worst choice? Yeah, it is possible to run double evasion T1. It's just certain weapons do it better and the best compared to others. So if you want to run double magic and range evasion, daggers will always do it better because you can keep it up permanently. If you want to run it, the second class that would do it really good is Wand Staff with Victorious Energy, but you're just relying on Victorious Energy for that survivability. Share cooldown between swift healing and touch. It's the worst. Yeah, it's pretty crappy. Are they nerfing evasion? Seems like everyone's running it, and it feels sad to miss everything. Nope, they're not nerfing evasion, Lorena's. When you're on KR, did you enjoy staff or bow better for support? I enjoyed staff a lot in T2 gear with T2 staff. T2 staff is really fun to play. You can like bind like 20 people and you create huge clumps for your raid. I thought that was very satisfying. But I still like Wand Lombo the most. Is my favorite build, but Wand Staff is really close second. Since you I wouldn't say it's better, dog, but it's a good build. Do you think the balance update tomorrow would ruin? Oh, the balance update's done right now, Dev. I was just on the KR servers. It's down until 11, so I'm gonna log back on it once it's back up. My guild got Queen Bella's Blade with max health trade. How much do you think we should list it for an auction house? If there's none on the auction house right now, Aaronessa, you can try listing it for 70k, Lucent, and it might sell. To be honest, I think. I don't. It also depends on the server you're on, I guess, too. But or like, sorry, if you're like October 1st servers or fresh start servers or early start servers, sorry. But this Queen Bella, yeah. So we had a Queen Bella sell on our servers for 119,000 Lucent. So. Sell it for 119,000 Lucent. I guess it might sell if it's the only one. Do you have your current build right now? Yeah, my current build that I'm using right now is this. right here. 1 second. It's gonna take off the browser. This is what I currently run right now. What's your build for PvE? My build for PvE is... Sorry, it's not necessarily this. I only had this because I was doing the Halloween dungeon with pugs. This is what I usually run in PvE. Why 8 if I can go to 9? Also, I mean, like, should I go for accessories versus... You do 8 first. Testa if you don't have your other gear to 8 as well. You just save more stones so you can level up other gear quicker, a little quicker. Are those... I'd go for... If you like I said, if Tessa, if you have anything that has a stat point on it, you prioritize that. Anything with a melee evasion on it, prioritize that. Melee evasion first, then stat points. If you're running melee evasion build. For what content are these sets of skills for? This one is PvE dungeons. It says right here, and then this one is my full support healer build for large scale. Since C2 is still far from global, is it better to stack melee range endurance for now instead of melee evasion? I wouldn't say it's better. It just depends what you're doing more of and what kind of content you care more. Do you care more about small scale arenas or do you care more about large scale? But melee evasion range endurance also works in large scale. Like that's what I've been using in large scale. It's like the same idea as the running 4-piece trans in large scale, right? You just have to watch your positioning and hide in the ball or hide in places so melee can't easily get to you. And other people to, like, you know, really ruin your day. But more so melee, obviously, because it's like the main difference. Can I play DPS staff wand? You can play DPS staff wand. You have to probably want to build it more as a DPS, but it's also, you're just going to be a subpar Lombo staff. Hello, do you have a gear build with no boss field drops? Yeah, I have solo self-found builds, Mark, on my max roll. And they have solo self-found builds are just builds that you can get on your own without relying on a guild, so they don't have any boss gear in them. I also have them for staff as well. You can navigate to those. My solo DPS build is also on that same page, Cyrus, as well. For my weekly mission rewards, would you take an item to pass blessings through or 26 trait? If you want a blessing stacks, if you really want to commit to that, then take an item to do that. If you don't really care that much about it, then do the trait unlock stones, Iceman. Is melee range evasion a viable build in T1? Yep, it's more so for melee range evasion. Yeah, staff can run that pretty well. Other builds not necessarily. You get too low range evasion. Range average a hit on a lot of servers. Not all, but a lot of servers of 1k, 900. And having like low 1000s range evasion is not going to do much against them, especially crossbows who hit like multiple times. You want to the breakpoint for range evasion is 1.6k, and you can't really get that unless you're running range magic evasion, or running like wand daggers as well, because daggers have like a 690 range evasion buff, or sorry, passive that you can keep up permanently. Is it viable for one staff to run? Oh, really? Range of melee evasion, ready, geared up endurance. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you definitely can. Just make sure you're reaching the proper breakpoints with your defenses, your max health, and your endurances. Oh, thanks, Muffled. I appreciate that. I'm running Wand and Dagger with 2 different builds, PvP and PvE. I have a quest log build, but it's not letting me link it. Can I send it to you? Yeah, you can send it to me on my Discord, Muffled. If you join the Healer Discord, discord.gg/healerstnl, you can find my Discord in there and send it to me. So if I've been running staff on for double evasion and I like the feel of it overall, I should reroll staff to dagger to make it more consistent evasion. Yeah, you could definitely do that for sure. It'll be a lot stronger evasion for your range evasion. And magic. Thanks. Yeah, no worries, dogs. Appreciate you. How good is the T2 wand over Tour of Salvation? The T2 wand over Tour, everyone's gonna run that blade. Everyone swaps to it. For the heal, like in terms of a healing wand, that becomes a better healing wand because that hot can like reach 800 or 1000 ticks, and it's increased by buff duration, so it can increase like heal overall of like 5-7k whatever or even more depending on your healing. So that obviously beats Excavator wand, right? Because Excavator wand only does that for like only heals one person, whereas Overtur wand does your whole party, including yourself. And that's every time you use Clay Salvation as well. So they don't need to be at a certain amount of health for it to proc. What will the build look like after the changes? Any ideas or nothing changes? Yeah, I do have some ideas. I was testing it while the servers were still up. I just had it open, but I closed it just to show something in game really quickly. What build look like? Do you have any melee evasion on staff 1? Do you run? Yeah, I would run melee evasion on or run my melee evasion range endurance build on staff 1. Can you check my build from Cyrus? I keep lacking mana. Yeah, how much mana regen do you have, Cyrus? Do you have any organizations for mass PvP on one staff? I do, McBennick. If you do exclamation point builds, McBennick, you can find my my builds for staff 1. Do you lean towards high strength for stat points as support healer? Yeah, for support healer, you definitely want to lean towards that because you want to emphasize your survivability. And my build leaders tell me that I should change my default debuff duration to collision. Yeah, it depends, Cyrus. Like, as long as you can build the proper amounts, so you have to really commit to it, you can do it on Lombo. This is not the PvE build, Yoping. The PvE build is like this one's what I do for dungeon. Yeah, you can do that. You can clip this as well, so you can look back at it. But I'm just gonna go through it a little quickly, and you can just clip that to look back at it, Yoping. Thank you for how does Staff Dagger compare to Lombo Dagger across all content? Staff Dagger and Lombo Dagger. Staff Dagger is like slightly better because they have just more AoEs, consistent spammable AoEs. I should clarify, but Lombo Dagger is also really strong. And in the right hands, they can actually be a better Lombo Dagger player than a staff player. It's mainly because Flash Wave is just such a broken ability, so they do it and they reset it again, and you can like wipe 20 plus people all by yourself. Like mainly reason why. So I'm doing an evasion bow and wand build special because of these changes. No, I don't think you should do that, Knight. Stay with melee evasion range endurance right now. Facial evasion for your full support skills, please. Yep. I can show that as well. Just clip it. Right, so I can just clip it. This is the wand. This is my bow. It's also on my max roll as well, so you can look at my max roll to access it whenever you want. So if I'm doing it, no, hello, what did they balance in it? Hey Annie, yeah, they did a lot of changes in the healer Discord. It's in announcements. If you go discord.gg/healerstnl, look at one of the latest announcements, and well, it's like I just typed it. I don't think I typed much today, but it's right there. I summarized and translated the things that are relevant to us healers only. That's funny, dumb. Thank you. Resist collision or hey, like, can you repeat the Discord link, please? Yeah, it's discord.gg/healerstnl. Yeah, thank you, JP. What's your take on wand bow healing nerfs coming to us? Yeah, I think it just impacts our survivability the most. I think we're still we're still the best healing output healers. We're just a lot more squishy, so we're just gonna have to be mindful of our positioning, and yeah, playing more with our team. Well, I mean, we play more with our team regardless, but I think just be more mindful of our positioning, calling for peels when you need them, And yeah, and not being too cocky with your survivability because you're a lot squishier. And also the the healing debuffs as well will make you even more squishier. So like when I say you're squishier, it's not just because of the distorted shield nerf, it's also because of the healing debuff nerfs. There's a lot more of them and they're 80%, which is insane. But yeah, so keep that in mind. And they're on popular skills that like everyone pretty much probably runs on a mage, and a lot of other builds that got increases. No worries, no worries. Do you have a solo PvP build? I do have a solo PvP build that's just for fun, JV. It's not something to be taken seriously because solo PvPing on Juan Lambo is something just you should always just be doing for fun, right? That's on my max roll. So you can just take a look at that. There's like there's a specific tab for it under the skill builds. Oh, don't worry, Lucky. It's fine. You're gonna be like I don't think you can still use the same gear. I don't think you need to fully change gear with the changes right now. Just use the same gear. Hey, Perzel. Yes, heals benefit from high amounts of max mana indefinitely. The initial increase in healing comes from just your base mana. Something to keep in mind, every 1,000 max mana increases your healing by 3%. Right? That's what the passive does when it's level 5. So something to keep in mind, when your healing is already over 50%, the diminishing returns for like what you actually gain with the 3% is like abysmal. So like 3% additional healing that you'll get from Noble Revival when you already have so much healing is like less than 100 increase in the actual healing to your burst healing. So like I think most people will agree that having like what do you call it? Taking a max mana or like stacking max mana to try to increase your healing when it's going to only increase your healing by less than 100 every 1k, it's really just like around 60 is not worth it compared to taking more max health or as the other things that help with survivability. You can increase your healing in much better ways, like getting higher getting higher critical hit chance, increasing your max damage. You can get it. It's like there's more better ways to increase your healing output than trying to get more max mana to increase it through the Noble Revival passive. So I think that's like a misconception or like something people are confused about a lot when it comes to the Noble Revival passive, because they haven't really tested for themselves how much skill healing actually increases your healing by the when you increase it by small amounts. I know, I'm surprised it didn't get nerfs too. Flash wave already started down. Should I keep going or pivot? I'm about. No, continue going, Gui. What nerf are you talking about? Yeah, I summarized the nerfs in the Healer Discord and just announcements. But hold on. My static is trying to say that I'm dodging them. I didn't see their invite. I think, what is it? Is it bosses? Oh, it's bosses. Okay. Oh. Hey, we're going Junobo? Hold on. Yeah, it's they nerfed distorted shield. They nerfed distorted shield, so no longer is something that can be permanently applied. It's just a 6k shield that has a 60-second cooldown and only activates when you get 30% when you reach for 30% health. So it's it's much more of a weaker shield. Not something to be relied on as well. And then there's also a bunch of healing reduction debuffs they added to new skills and also increase on existing skills. So there's a lot more healing reduction debuffs that apply an 80% healing reduction, which is insane. And what we also know is that healing reduction, like other debuffs, stack from multiple people, right? You all probably experienced this. Oopsie. But like, so if someone does applies an 80% healing debuff to you, just like if they do any other debuff, right? If someone applies another one, it stacks, but it won't do 80 plus 80, right? It'll just do an additional 80% off of what the previous 80% did. So it's obviously just an insane it's insane. It's insane what they're doing to us healers. Essentially, it's not insane anything. It's just insane in general. So healing is definitely being targeted as being nerfed by the devs. But what I like to think, my copium, is that they're doing this because the fusion skills that we're getting, that we're supposed to be getting, we're getting these new skills. For those who don't know, it's supposed to be November, I think, is what's on their roadmap. But the KR roadmap that they released like a couple months ago in a YouTube video, I think it was late summer. They talked about the introduction of fusion skills. So the reason why they introduced classes to the game for weapon combinations is because they want to implement fusion abilities that are unique to each of the classes in the game. So my copium is that they're nerfing healers because their fusion skills are super strong and powerful. So they needed to balance it ahead of time for their release sometime in November. And we can just hang on to that copium until they change things, or until they add the skills or whatever. I think another thing that I have an issue with, that I don't know if the devs are talking about, is that they're balancing things based on the current gear and the current state of the game on KR. And then they're adding those changes, because they've already added changes before into global, when we don't have that same gear. So I don't think they realize how, like for example, a lot of people majority of players on KR, everyone, even if you're just a DPS, you have at least 20k health, right? And that is because of the rune system, and that's because of the synergy system as well, right? They give you so much extra health, so and the gear itself. So everyone has a minimum of 20k health, every single person, right? And that means tanks have over 30k health. It's a common thing. So if they're balancing the game based on the fact that everyone has an average of 20k health, and then people have 30k health as well, we can't get that right now. So we're getting these healing debuffs, and we're getting these, other debuffs and all, like increase in damage to abilities and all these stuff, when we don't have the same stats that KR has. So I think that's my main issue. So I think that's going to lead to a lot of issues for us on global, but we'll see once we get those changes. Oh, thanks for the sub, Gway. I appreciate that. But anyways, end of my rant. Raging Wilds, I'm going to go there. Moving on. Hello. When you get healing debuffed, just try your hardest, I guess. But that's why I wanted to try the 4-piece transet. I know the healing increase from the 4-piece transet is not obviously going to counter an 80% healing debuff that can be reapplied by multiple people, but it's better than nothing. I don't know. It's my copium. I'm just going to test it out and see what works. But that's why I like testing. I know a lot of people don't like testing, but that's why I like testing, is just to figure things out. I think it's satisfying. Is magic endurance useless? Magic endurance is not something I would recommend building right now if you're not at SNS, but in T2 dungeons, like since we're so close to T2 dungeons, like there is a triple endurance build that is pretty good. How do you make the most lucent to improve your equipment? It's just selling anything. I just sell whatever makes lucent. Yeah, I don't really have like a strategy for it. I don't know if SNS Gracer got nerfed, Yo-Yo. The healing nerfs affect healers by a lot, though. Or sorry, the healing debuff buffs affect healers by a lot, yeah. Hey, Emmanuel. Yeah, my weapon mastery, just like my skill builds and everything, are on my max roll. This is what I currently have for my masteries. And then my Lombo. So I'm just going to do a note. The only reason that I have my Juan Lombo mastery down the middle for 100 heavy attack is because we currently own the castle on our server, and we also own another boon, or I think Rift Zone, whatever, that gives us heavy attack. So my heavy attack right now is 380, right, which is way more than what most people will have if they don't have a castle or boon or Rift Zone that's giving them heavy attack. So because we own those two things, it was a good idea for me to go down the middle. So if you're in a similar situation where you own heavy attack boonstones or the castle or whatever, go down the middle, because you'll proc the heavy attack so much for on your healing it'll be very, very satisfactory. Or satisfactory. It'll be what you want. So do that if you're in sort of the similar boat as I am. Let me apply scaling so I don't lag. How SNS elbow in Korea? I still don't think SNS elbow is a thing in Korea right now. It's not really taken too seriously because SNS elbow doesn't really do things better than the other tank builds. It's the main reason why. Things are just always compared with what someone else already does, right? If they do similar things. So if you do something similar to another build, it needs to just be justified. You just need to be justified of your, like, you know, that it makes sense to not just have you in a roster, but like to give you gear that can go to someone else who needs the same gear. That maybe do something that may do things a lot better. But in a lot of guilds that doesn't matter because I think a lot of guilds have like internal guild auctions and stuff like that, so you know, it's not really relevant. Okay, I think you need to pay attention for this. So just give me a second. I'm not going to reach chat for a sec while I pay attention to what's going on here. Wait. Oh, stand still. Oh, I hate these people. Loki. We get out of here. I think I stayed too long. Oh, I'm gonna make it. Yeah, it's gonna feel. I mean, I'm not gonna run. Oh, this is not KR right now. So, thankfully, we should enjoy it while it lasts. We can use Healing Touch and Swift Healing at the same time right now on Global, because we didn't get the patch yet. But as soon as it is put in, I'm not gonna be running Healing Touch on my bar. I'm gonna take it off and probably put the Meyer Sleep version for the AOE movement speed and attack speed debuff. It's actually a pretty strong debuff, so I'm gonna feel pretty good about running that. I think I'm just gonna test it out a bunch once we need to. But right now we can enjoy the freedom that we have with Swift Heal and Healing Touch being not sharing a cooldown right now. Yes, the builds are updated. Tesh. Can you show what the build will look like after the changes? Yeah, I had it up on the stream. But I can pull it up after this fight. Not much really changed. I think it's just some specialization tripods, and I'm gonna try in the Meyer version of Curse Nightmare in place of Healing Touch. Can you show the build? Sorry, what traits are you prior to max out, and in which items? Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, if you're talking about like just trading new gear, you usually prioritize maxing out melee evasion and your range endurance traits, or your melee endurance, range endurance traits, or magic evasion and range evasion traits, or depending on the weapon combination that you're using. I think that's it. Like the last block. Be sure. Okay, anyways. Let's go back to what I was trying to show here. Okay, we're gonna go back to what I was thinking in terms of for the care build. If I can share my screens. or screen. Is that working? Okay, I think it's working. Okay. I just wanted to just look at this because I did this quickly. Oh, I didn't really sit with it. I'm just gonna look at it now, or do that now. But get back at chat. If I missed any questions, by the way, during that, or even just earlier in the stream, please feel free to resend your questions, and I apologize. And I'll answer them. But yeah, if I miss your question, just feel free to resend it. Yeah, armor defenses before accessory traits pairs. 7 evasion rangers work on your solo self staff. Yes, it definitely does. There's a solo self found version of it, Raineth, actually. And you can find that in the build. Can it be used purifying touches high 1 second? Wouldn't that be a way to not lose it? Yep, Mix, you can definitely do that. I was talking about that's if you are in the Helio Discord and the announcements. Actually, I didn't put it in announcements, I put it in general chat. But yeah, you can still do that for sure. The best second weapon to run, or like if you want to run a third weapon, Gravy, you have a lot of options. You can run staff with that same exact gear. Yeah, I just do staff first. Is damage bonus? No, damage bonus does not increase healing, Rena. Can we find the file for your HUD anywhere? Yes, if you go to the Healer Discord tug, discord.gg/healerstnl, pinned in the announcements is my HUD file if you wanted to use it. If you don't mind me asking again, bow dagger, staff dagger. I already played bow wand on my main, and I wanted to have an alt bow dagger, but was like, maybe I should try the staff. It deals more damage, or yeah, bow dagger is still a really strong ZVZ build. Staff dagger is also a strong ZVZ build. Staff has more consistent AoE spam, while bow dagger has like this huge burst that gets you lots of kills though still. I think they're both good. I know, but I think the only benefit staff dagger has over bow dagger is the spamming of AoE, which is helpful in those large scale fights. I do at the end of the day what you think is more fun, because they're both good builds. So whatever you have the most fun in, I would run that first. They can use the same exact gear though, so you really just have to change the weapon. Oh, yeah, I don't block chat, so yeah. I don't really I usually peek at the world chat PvP, but I guess they're arguing right now. Oh, yeah, I just glanced at it. They are. Staff weapon. Yes. Wait, did you say damage bonus doesn't increase healing? Nope, damage bonus does not increase healing. Damage bonus is a flat increase on damage numbers. So 13 damage bonus, for example, is literally just 13 extra damage. So 2,000 damage becomes 2,013 damage. And that's why damage bonus is known as the stat mainly just for crossbow users, because they do small amounts of damage, but they do so much damage at once. So that damage bonus goes a lot like it means a lot more to them. So like, for example, if a crossbow is hitting you 30 times within like a second, that 30 multiplied their damage bonus. Let's say they have a damage bonus of 80. They're doing an extra 2,400 damage because they hit you 30 times within a second. So that's why that's like something crossbows can do, because it also applies to their offhand chance, right? Their offhand attacks. So yeah, it's usually just recognized as a crossbow stat. Daggers also benefit from bonus damage, but not as much as a crossbow, of course. Yeah, the changes are interesting. I think the more important thing about the changes is like how squishy everyone is, squishier everyone is now. Not squishy, period, but like squishier. I think the healing touch, swift healing cooldown sharing is definitely sucks, but I don't think it's like the end of the build at all. Like the build is still the best healing output. You just have to adjust to that playstyle change. Yeah, Tesh, if you do exclamation point builds, and you go to the go to max roll, navigate to my PvE builds for the longbow or staff healer, depending on what you're looking for, and I have my stuff there. What I'm currently using though, because it's a small change of what I'm doing now here, is I just using the Janus Rage version of Clay Salvation, and I think this is on my max roll though, the Fighting Barrier damage version, but small changes. SNS, you could use SNS as well, Gravy. Wand has more consistent AoE because because it does. You have on the staff, you have Chain Lightning, which is a 5-second cooldown. It's something that you can spam consistently as well. You can add an AoE pool to it. You have Firebomb as well that has a low cooldown. So the charged version that does like 7,000 or like 14,000 damage if it hits a heavy. Something that can be spammed a lot more often. And then you have Meteor as well. You have access to more AoE in general. So you have Judgment Lightning, you have Meteor. And those are like the main DPS abilities you normally would take. Not many people will take Infernal Wave, but then and you have a lot more like really good burst that is instant cast as well. And you have to also keep in mind that this AoE is mainly all instant cast, so that's something to also keep in mind. Whereas like Lombo's AoE mainly comes from Flash Wave and then Decisive Sniping, the AoE version of that, and that's their two main AoE like burst damage abilities, right? Whereas Staff, as I just named, has like more than 5. And they're a lot more, they're much shorter cooldowns as well, right? Like the Flash Wave cooldown is like in the 50 seconds. Decisive Sniping is like 16 seconds. Whereas like Staff has, like I said, like 10 seconds, 5 seconds, and then you have access to just more AoE. So you have Judgment Lightning, which is only like 27 seconds. Meteor is a lot longer, but you can bring this down to 30 seconds with the specializations and stuff like that. And then yeah, and they're also like more instant. But yeah. And then you have usually DPS staff can also take the base version of High Focus, so you have the cooldown buff as well that can stack on top of your base cooldown. So you just get things a lot quicker. You spam a lot more. How long does it take to level skills and passes for a third weapon? Quite long. I think like about 2 months or a month. Maybe 2 months exaggerating, but 2 months if you're casual, 1 month if you're not. Is there a clear winner in T2 between builds like the melee evasion range version? Not really, Happy Feet. Not really. It goes back to again like the scale of PvP that you're doing. I think triple endurance becomes a lot I think the difference is that for an endurance build, triple endurance becomes a lot more relevant in small scale arena. Obviously, evasion is still better because you can evade, but you can survive a lot longer in an endurance build in T2 triple endurance compared to T1 endurance. That's what it's compared to. Evasion is always going to be longer survivability in small scale. Little explanation of new specs. Yeah, if you go to the Healer Discord mix, do exclamation point Healer Discord, or just join discord.gg/healerstnl. I translated and summarized the new changes, including the new specs for that impact healers in the announcements. Strongest healer in new patch. The strongest healer, if you're talking about healing output, the strongest healer is still Wombo for healing output. And then do you think Staff Dagger can outshine the bow? I'm sorry. Asking too much questions. No, you're good. Staff Dagger can 100% outshine a bow, for sure. I sent you to build this good thing again. Yeah, no worries, Muffled. I'll look at it later after the stream. Oh, thanks for subscribing, George. I appreciate that. And do you recommend those small changes? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm still sharing my screen. So yeah, sorry. I was like reading chat, but this is something that I would want to probably pivot to with the new changes. I'm just looking at things that I want to change, because I hate when it's like 98 out of 100. I like when it's like 100 out of 100. But I think I can't really remove the range right now because it doesn't really make sense to do that. It gives you more critical hit chance, but also just safer in T1 system. Max range is 14 meters. Do that, but I don't really want to do that. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Mac Panther. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yes, they're updated on, or all of them. I need to update the, like, what I'm using right now for my dungeons. There's like a slight variation to it, and then the solo bosses, there's like changes that I made to it, Davy. But other than that, like the PvP is updated. Yeah, you could definitely still swap veteran. I think like it's never too late. Like T2 dungeons especially make it easy to swap because everything just drops from a T2 dungeon. But yeah, swap. Don't feel like you're stuck. Yeah, no worries, Happy Feet. Yeah, I definitely intend to update stuff on Maxwell after the changes mix. Once we know what we're getting on global, right? Because like the changes just came on KR today. There's definitely lots of time for them to adjust it before we get in global in like probably 3 weeks to a month or even sooner. Maybe we're getting next week. But I'll wait until they make those adjustments so we know exactly what we're getting. Yeah, you could explore Wand Dagger. It's definitely a fun build. Definitely not really impacted either. Yeah, that makes sense, veteran. Yes, ban the universal power is worth it, Rob, especially with the T2 dungeons coming out in like a couple weeks with the new T1 gear in there. Ban universal will be helpful to reach some extra stat bonuses. Alright, I don't really know what I want to... I don't think I would really take off anything here. I don't really want to take that out because that's just a good... It's a good ability or a good specialization. I mean, my group plays really split, so I don't really utilize targets expanded that much. If you're feeling like a more melee focused group, this obviously becomes a lot more useful. I usually take the base version. I take the duration increase because that equates to like 5 seconds more duration overall, which is really nice. Then you can probably take the missile wall expansion like that. Yeah. If we're going your double endurance build high, I feel like I made a mistake and should have went melee based range endurance, but I'm fully traded. Should I just wait till T2? Yeah, just wait, Zerdark. It's perfectly fine. Any word on resurrection for healers as of yet? Healers are fine, Hammy. Healers are fine. It's just your last squishier is a one Lombo. That's all. I mean everyone's last squishier as well because of the healing debuff boost, like how they buffed healing debuffs. Everyone's a last squishier. What do I think is the most OP build in the game? Staff Lombo. In terms of damage, the Staff Lombo. Because of Flash Wave being so insanely powerful and he didn't nerf it. And then pairing that with all the staff's insane damage, like Staff Lombo just does too much damage. Yes, my hype file is in my announcements in the Healer Discord, Keon. If you do discord.gg/healerstnl, go into the announcements, it's pinned. And you can find my HUD file there. That's discord.gg/healerstnl. Yeah, the changes will probably come in 3 weeks to a month, Perez, or sooner. We've gotten lots of things on global before KR got them. Like KR only got the Dominion changes that we had for like weeks now, last week, for example. So we'll likely get the changes. Like AJS has always said, they're gonna try to rush changes to us. That makes sense. But they're always gonna try to give us class balancing changes, especially a lot sooner. So we'll probably expect those like within the coming weeks. Hey, Dank. Funny. But yeah, this is what I probably would run with the changes. For folks who didn't see me testing it on KR, KR is going to be up in 30 minutes, so I can open it up again in a little bit. But what Icy Meyer, wow, what class am I playing? What Meyer does, it does an AoE slow, or an AoE like movement speed and attack speed slow, which is pretty good. What I'm thinking of replacing the healing touch slot with. I can just show what it does really quick. I don't think they're like, well, they're definitely a lot squishier dank. Like we can't like live lord like we could before, obviously, but they're still good. They're still the best healer for healing output. They're still pretty like they're still going to be tough to kill, but it's just probably it's going to take a lot more skill to survive longer. You won't live lord because you don't have a like because there's like multiple skills that do 80% healing reduction, right? So that's one thing that alone would have been enough because we also know that like that stacks for multiple people. But there's also abilities on staff that got damage boost when it was already broken with staff Lombo, and then now you have the fact that we don't have a shield that operates the way that it currently does on global. And it's a much shittier shield. It's a 6k shield with a 60-second cooldown dank that procs at 30% health. Like, it's pretty bad. But anyways, this is what I was talking about with the sleep thing. It does an AoE, and everyone in there, and it moves with the target that I applied it to, right? So obviously in a large, like I'm talking just large scale, when you apply it on a target and they're moving around like 20 other people around them, they're slowing all those people and applying the attack speed debuff to them. So that can be really helpful, just to set up some plays and kills for your raid. That's what I would probably replace the healing touch with, is the Meyer version of Curse Nightmare. If I were to roll from your melee evasion to range endurance build with wand, which class would you recommend? You can bring that same build to wand staff. You can bring it to, like, that build's pretty universal. You can bring it to pretty much anything. Just get a new weapon. Thanks for the subscription, Linz. I appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We can't stream how their quest log is blocking. Oh, that's funny. Sorry. I wanted you guys to imagine what I was doing. I did the whole thing and then I ported back to town. Okay, I'll go back. Close is covering your screen. Let me move the chat back to where it was before so I can see it more easily, more conveniently. Okay. I've said it for 2 times 80% healing reduction. Yeah, I know. They gave staff 2 80% healing reduction abilities. But I mean, what we know is that, like, just like how it always worked, it works the same way as it does now. When you get multiple debuffs applied to you, and for folks who don't know, it's not adding the debuffs on top of each other, right? So it's not going to be 80% plus 80% equaling 160% healing reduction. It will be 80% reduction applied first, and then it'll be 80% reduction applied again on whatever your remaining reduction or like your remaining healing is, for example, after the initial reduction. So like it always applies that way. They apply separately, but they will apply consecutively, applying sort of quote unquote stacking, not actually stacking. But that only when you're using this, and it also does that with multiple players. So if like multiple players use the same debuff from the same skill, it would apply the debuff twice. But that only works with multiple players. So like a staff Lombo player can't reset a healing debuff skill and then reapply it again. It will just reset the timer when it's from the same person. But anyways, so like you have a couple people. Imagine these as players in a large scale fight, right? You have like hundreds of people running around. You apply this buff on people, and then everyone caught on it, and it also lingers, gets the movement speed reduction and the attack speed reduction. It's gonna be really good. That affects casting speed. It affects animations. So all that really good stuff. And then movement speed is also, you know, an obvious thing. And just keep in mind that moves with the target. So as the target's moving with that, they're applying that debuff to everyone that they pass through, or everyone that passed through them as well. So that's just like something that'll be beneficial in large scale to replace the heal on that healing touch slot. So that's what I'm going to be using and testing out. Yeah, no worries, Anthony. Thanks for stopping by. Thoughts on re-rolling from Wand Bolt to Staff Wand? Wow, you guys are really just jumping shift on Wand Lombo. That hurts. You think it's a mistake considering my staff mastery level will be super low compared to Wand level build of the same. Yeah, it'll just take some time to get that all up. Moon, the mastery is going to be super easy. Just get a mastery book, pop that, pop the mastery food, go into Silius Abyss floor 6, the north room, the boxy one. Do that with like 3 people or a party, doesn't matter. And you'll get to like level 10 mastery in a day. or 11 in just like not even a day, in like 4 hours or 5 hours, whatever. It's really fast. After that, it slows down significantly, but yeah. Thanks for subscribing, Keon. Is there a limitation or anyone can enter the PvP zones? When the siege begins, how many guilds can participate in actually PvP in the area? Yeah, JVI. I think those are recent changes that they made today. I've heard, I haven't confirmed myself, so please take this with a grain of salt. I've heard it's like they limit it to 10 guilds or that can participate in a 12 guilds that can participate in a siege. I haven't seen that. I haven't read that yet, so I mean, let me just pull up the patch notes right now. Let's and I'll share my screen as well so we can look at this together. But I was hearing that they limited the participants in a siege. I didn't read that part of the... Oh, there is a lot of siege changes. Okay, let's see this. Siege type transport, anonymity system changes. The friendly mark has also been changed to a green mark, which has improved the difficulty in distinguishing it from existing party members. The color friendly forces in siege and text is changed from blue to green. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Some of the houses located in the upscale residential... Okay, it doesn't matter. When transferring to a siege goal, a curtain is created that prevents entry into the siege ruins. This curtain is only visible to those transformed to siege golem, visible to players who are not transformed. Can be... Okay, so they prevented golems from entering the siege flag area. That makes sense. That's actually a nice change. So you can't spawn camp these people. They're just protected. Oh, that's nice. Okay. By the... some content is just improve the experience criteria. I don't see it here. Let's see. Number of peace field boss matches have changed. Doesn't matter right now. Codex, no. UI, it's my favorite thing. It's great. Thanks for subscribing, Moon. I appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Okay, so I don't see anything about them limiting siege. And now we're getting into the end of this. Let me just control F siege. I'm sorry. Whatever. Mention siege with it. Oh, this one. Oh, sorry. It was probably above. I missed it. Okay. The gameplay experience of Siege Warfare has been adjusted. Okay. Following the previous friendly relationship change and the introduction of the anonymous system, the Siege update, the goal has... The guilds have performed friendly... Change since the restoration to which can be shared. In addition, after... Wait, what? During a siege, the resurrection site is now shared between friendly... Oh, that's huge. In the resurrection selection screen, the closest resurrection location among the resurrection locations occupied by a guild or the resurrection locations occupied by friendly guilds. Whoa, that's insane. However, the case of the Legion resurrection... Whoa, they made it really hard for defenders now. So folks who don't know what that means, I'll show you right now. So what that means is in the castle, right? There are resurrection stones. Here's one. This is the most dangerous one. Maybe I'm not gonna go in the castle. That's too much running around. Sorry, but this is the most dangerous resurrection location in the castle because it's right beside the throne room. If the attacker takes this resurrection stone, the defenders pretty much probably lost the siege. This is the most dangerous one to lose because then it's so hard to take back because people are just spawning there en masse. And they're so close to the throne room, so it's just too much pressure that's easily applied to the throne room, making it really hard to get this back. And if you're fighting to try to get the resurrection stone back the entire time, then your throne is also vulnerable to people trying to enter in through other ways, either through the sewers or through the middle passage. But the benefit was that only one guild. The way it currently works is we don't have this change right now. They're probably going to apply this change to us, by the way, before sieges are scheduled in NA. But the way it works now is only when one guild takes a resurrection stone, it's only that single guild that can spawn there. But now what's happening is if all your friendly guilds can spawn there, that's 4 guilds. Oh, that's so many. But that's 4 guilds that can now use a single resurrection stone. So instead of getting a pressure from 60 people, you're getting pressure from like about up to 240 people who can spawn at a single stone and rush your throne room. So losing this resurrection stone is a lot more serious now than it was before, and it's going to be extremely hard to get back. It's probably impossible to get back if you're getting up to 240 people spawning here while getting attacked by additional people coming in from other ways. Losing this is just the end of the war now. And then you have other resurrection stones here, though. You have one in the middle here, and you have one in the corner over here. That's an interesting change. I'm just gonna go back to the thingamabobber. Change the operation method during the process. When the resurrection during siege location has changed, the legion will return to the strong force resurrection site. The siege will return to the village. During a siege resurrection site, I already read that. Change the site. You can now teleport to siege resurrection. Oh, and you can now teleport to them too. Oh, that's crazy. So instead of just respawning there, you can just click it and teleport to it now. Wow, they nerfed defenders by a lot. Change so that you can transform a siege golem in siege rooms occupied by a friendly guild. Okay. Legion friendly guilds cannot participate in throne battle. Wait, how does that work? Legion friendly guilds cannot participate in the throne battle. Wait, isn't that not fair? So is it a 1v1 then? Or is it just the single guild owning the castle versus the 8 other or whatever amount of other guilds that are attacking? Because the Legion friendly guilds cannot participate in the throne battle, then how are they not? How did they prevent them from participating? I'm curious how that's gonna look like. I'm probably gonna try to get into a KR siege just to see what that looks like, because it doesn't make sense to me. But anyways, after siege, siege translation, no, some layout changes. Yeah, I don't see the limitation on the number of guilds that can participate in siege, but we'll see. Maybe it was in the previous patch note and I missed it. But I don't see anything here at the moment. I'll ask a friend who plays KR actively right now as well. Oh, they changed the new Arcboss weapons. Cordy Wand didn't get a change though, it looks like. But anyways, interesting stuff. If I have a purple ring fully traded and I put it into a different ring, do you know how much blessing I'd get? Just got the band of universal power and not sure how to upgrade. No, I don't know how much blessing transfers over anymore, Rob. Sorry about that. It should be over 1,000 though. If it's fully traded. If it's fully traded, it should be over 1,000 something. It's like mid 1,000, I'm pretty sure. Well, if it was increased like people are saying that the transferred blessings from fully traded gear is a lot higher now. Before you would get like 988, but if it's increased, it should be over 1,000. Like 988, 880, 888 or 988, something like that. Oh, there, someone said 1,900-ish now, so that's way more than what we were getting on KR before. So yeah, so you get 1,900 now for transferring a fully traded item into a new piece of equipment. Oh, someone says 1,450. What number is the correct number? Can anyone want to chime in and solve it? Thoughts on people that got negative lucent. I've heard about that. I think if someone has negative lucent, I'm pretty sure they probably got caught buying from G2G, and that's why they have negative lucent. I don't know, but I'm assuming that's what happened. But I'm sure it could be something else. But my thoughts on it is that if you have negative lucent and the devs are claiming it's because you did something that went against TOS, you probably were buying from G2G and they traced it back to you, and then they, I don't know, made your lucent go negative. That's a good point. Yeah, Aegis, I heard on Lost Ark did that too. So yeah, I don't know. Would you keep the Sapphire Ring or Etch Ring? Example, which one do I replace for the Universal Band? Thanks. I would keep the Sapphire Ring for sure. Replace the Alabaster. Hey, do you know how Tevin's wand works at all? Can it reproc itself? I'm assuming the DOS can. Yes, it can reproc, or it can refresh. Refresh. The duration will refresh. There's no cooldown on it. Let's not jinx it though, because they want to try to add cooldowns on a lot of healer stuff right now. I don't have reward from this event, bro. Did they fix event Requiem to steal the darkness? No, they didn't fix it yet, Rambo. Unfortunately. Thanks for subscribing, Moonlight. Appreciate that. I already. Oh wait, I already read that. Oops. Thanks for the info, Bo. Could you show us AoE skill positions that are using on Wombo, please? Yeah. Do you mean the solo AoE build? That one's also on my Maxwell. I don't have it set up right now because I limited to 3 skill pages, so I can't really show it. I just have my I have my boss build on at the moment. So yeah. But it's on my Maxwell. If you go to if you don't put my Maxwell, well, I actually have to update it on my Maxwell because it's like slightly changed. Actually, what I'll do, I'm going to, oops. I'm gonna post it again right now into the healer Discord. If you go into the healer Discord, you'll see what I'm currently using for my AoE solo AoE farming right now. So there, I put in the healer Discord just in general chat. So just open that up and you'll see it. Do you think Wand Dagger falls off or gets better in T2? Wand Dagger gets a lot better in T2. Yeah, the Wand Dagger weapons, or like the weapons and gear in T2 is just so good. Can you still get Mastery XP if you don't have Abyss contract tokens? Hey Reiku, I heard no. I've been told no. I never actually grinded when I pass 0 Abyssal tokens. I always just stop. But I've heard no from guildies who've discussed it a couple times in comms. Hey, I watch all your videos and you help me so much. Love the game. Appreciate it. Yeah, no worries, Anthony. Also, I think I already read that. Stop doing that. Last time we were rolling from, I already read that. Okay, so I'm caught up. Okay, if I missed anyone's questions from earlier, please feel free to retype them and I'll read them. And I apologize for missing them. Can I go crossbow dagger with your melee evasion range endurance build? Yes, you can do that, Thorn. Do you know if there's a cap on amount of... Oh, sorry, crossbow dagger. I was reading wand dagger. Can you go crossbow dagger with a melee evasion range endurance build? I wouldn't recommend it. You're like melee range as a crossbow dagger. You probably want the range magic evasion. Because you'll get hit by that you'll be focused by that very hard when you dive or bomb. Melee doesn't normally touch you. And you can escape with your stealths and other abilities. But magic and range is what's going to hurt you the most as a crossbow dagger. In large skill. In small skill, yeah, you'll have more, you'll have issues, not more issues, but you'll have issues with melee. But in large skill, which I'm assuming you're talking about, will be magic range. Yeah. If you check the Discord Moonlight in the general chat, it's I posted the picture. Oh yeah, okay, you saw it. Thank you. No worries. You know if there's a cap on the amount of blessing you can have on an item? Yes, there is a cap, Rob. That cap is 9,000, I think it was. If I remember correctly. If anyone else also played KR, just correct me. I'm pretty sure it's 9,000 or 8,000 is a cap on blessings that you can have on an item. On any item. 8,000 or 9,000. Actually, I haven't been able to get to 0. If you have example 24 and it costs 25 to consume tokens, it just won't let you consume the last 24. Oh, interesting. Do you know how world boss draw chance works for both peace and conflict? Yeah. So the way it works for conflict is a lot easier to explain. So the way it works for conflict is it's based on your guild's contribution. So every single person in the guild will increase your odds of obtaining boss gear from the boss. They're gonna make this a lot easier to keep track of. It's something they already mentioned today, actually. I think it's in this. I think it's in the KR patch today. Let me just pull it up really quickly. I'm pretty sure it's in the KR patch today. It's gonna do a quick Control F field. Field boss. No. But they mentioned it in the video today. The AGS video today mentioned the changes that they're gonna be putting into the conflict bosses, which we're also getting on KR. There's gonna be a meter. So cross server PvP, you're gonna see this in the Rift Stone cross server PvP. Besides the PvP, there's a meter on the side of the UI, on the boss UI, that shows you how the guilds are ranking in terms of their damage and contributions to the boss, and also kills and stuff like that. So they're adding that same meter to conflict bosses now. So you can keep track of who's in the running to or who has a higher chance of getting loot, because it's going to operate different from Rift Zone, because for Rift Zone, it's the highest contribution just wins the loot. Like, they get locked in to win the loot. But for Conflict, the higher contribution you have in terms of your guild, overall guild, you just have a higher chance of getting the loot. And if you die in a conflict, if you die in a peace boss, you lose 70% of your contribution. So just keep that in mind. Now, for a peace boss, the way it works is based on party. It's not based on guild. Conflict is based on guild. Peace boss is based on party. And it works similarly. It's like the damage and healing that your party does or contributes to a boss increases your odds of obtaining gear from that boss. And that's just for peace. Do you still suggest melee evasion range endurance for one bow? Yes, veteran, I would. Especially if you like small scale arenas. Small scale and arenas, which is like majority of a lot of PvP in the game. What are the main changes that bow 1 should make with the nerfs coming? Sorry if you get it. Yeah, no worries. It's not like a huge change. You remove healing touch off your bar. Gigyo. Assuming you're the main healer in your group, so you're gonna want swift healing. Even if you're not the main healer in your group, I doubt many healers want to be a healing touch healer. But yeah, so you remove healing touch off your bar because it forces the shared cooldown with swift healing. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run the enhanced Mire version of Cursed Nightmare just for the AoE slow and attack speed debuff, which is pretty cool. It's a nice large AoE and it moves with the player, so it's a pretty cool, interesting debuff. I'm gonna just test that out. What do you think about the upcoming nerfs? Yeah, the nerfs suck in terms of survivability, but I don't. Long Lombo is still the strongest healer in terms of healer output. All healing gets nerfed, Makia. They increase the healing debuff on the all the weapons that have healing debuff in the game, like the dagger knife throw and the meteor healing debuff, got increased to 80% healing debuff, and then they added new healing debuff on existing skills that are very popular skills, like the firebomb, the charged firebomb ability that every stat person has now has an 80% healing debuff as well. And as we know, healing debuffs, like all debuffs in the game, do stack, quote unquote stack. And when I say they stack, it's not 80 plus 80, it's 80%, and then another 80% applied on whatever you have, and then another 80% applied. So that can happen and does happen. So it's gonna feel really shitty if you get debuffed like crazy, which is very possible because everyone runs at least firebomb when it comes to staff players. And dagger throw is not the worst skill, so I'm sure dagger Grace or dagger players can find a way to incorporate that into their builds. There is not, or is there? Is a quite. What new changes? Maybe excavator 1 becomes a must. I don't know if the new changes mean excavator 1 becomes a must. It's definitely still a good wand. The new changes could mean Laquarius wand becomes a lot more useful if it becomes so much easier to. If it becomes a lot easier just to kill healers or healers in general, right? Because it's not a wand Lombo issue, it's a healer issue. It's like it's an everyone issue really, but like mostly a healer issue because they're targeted a lot more. So the Aquarius wand might just become a lot more popular and become a lot more easier to debuff and kill. Debuff. The emphasis I'm putting emphasis more on debuffing because I am very confident that if without being debuffed, you should be able to keep yourself alive in like small scale and like 1v1 fights or 1v2 fights just from healing. But if you're debuffed a lot and by multiple people by an 80% healing debuff, like that's where I start to think like, well, you probably are just screwed Like we're probably just screwed if that when that happens. But yeah. And they still haven't, like, my problem is, like, I don't think it sucks that kind of those debuffs exist in the game. I think what sucks is that cleanses suck in this game. And yes, they buff cleanses to an extent, right? They made it so instead of it doing what it was on very, like, the way it was stupidly set up before, where it's just removing a single stack off of a bunch of stacks, now it removes a whole stack in. But I don't think that's anything to be happy about, because as we also know, it's never really just one stack applied to you, and that's your issue. You have like 10 to 15 plus stacks on you, right? Because there's no limitation to the amount of debuffs that can be applied to a single player, or the amount of CC that can be applied to a single player. So no one really has a single stack out of a small amount of stacks to cleanse. They have a single stack out of like 10 to 15 debuff stacks to cleanse. So cleansing one of them most likely is not going to do anything beneficial for you still. So cleansing in this game still sucks, in my opinion. Slightly better, but it still sucks. You know. Do we still play Wowand after nerf? Yeah, you still play Wowand after nerf. I don't think you abandoned it. I'm gonna still play Wowand after nerf for sure. Would you DPS build with Wowand? Do you maybe have a quest log build? I wouldn't DPS build with Wowand. I do have a DPS skill build though on my quest, my PvP build on max roll. How many healers should one guild have? I'm in Ethereum. We do 2 healers per group, right? So if you have 70 people in a guild, you have about like 12 parties, 11 parties, really, full 6 people. We have like 22 healers at least. We have 22 to like 23 healers within our roster, always. Sometimes 20 healers if we're missing healers, but yeah, it's around between 20 to 23, sorry. With the new changes of Swift Healing and Touch, can you do any Gate of Infinity right now? I'm gonna swap to KR in 2 minutes because the servers are coming up in 2 minutes just to continue testing this stuff. So I won't be able to do that right now. I do have some Gate of Infinity videos recorded, so I'm gonna try to upload those. So I know some folks are asking for some Gate of Infinity videos. What if most of my PvP is Moonstone, Ripstones, and large-scale PvP? You can still use a melee evasion range endurance build veteran. You just have to be more mindful of your positioning. If you run the endurance builds, you'll transition to the triple endurance build when the T2 dungeons come out with the T1 accessories, and T1 accessories really is what will give you extra endurance. Is the build on Questlog the one you run for T2? Wait, what build on Questlog? I don't have a build on Questlog right now. So if you have any build on Questlog that's T2 gear, like actual T2 gear, not T1 gear, but actual T2 gear is not a build that I would probably like that I've looked at recently at all. So I wouldn't follow it. If you're talking about the part 1 T2 builds, yeah, those are my builds. And that's what I will be those are more recently tested. Except for the 4-piece trans builds at the end. I haven't tested those. Did Bolwan get nerfed? Yes. Well, everyone got nerfed in terms of survivability. Bolwan also got specifically nerfed with Healing Touch and Swift Heal sharing a cooldown now. What role does Safwan play in GP6? Yeah, I actually have that summarized here. I can talk for like an hour trying to go through that question, but luckily I put together an article just to share my thoughts on that. So I would read that, Mr. Greenest. How important is... Let me just check if KR is up right now. KR is... It's up. Okay, I'm going to swap over. Just a second. Just swapping over to KR right now. Okay. Just going to get to this question that I missed, and then you'll get water. How important is it to have 1700 is just a good breakpoint RMF. It just keeps you like, in terms of like, it'll keep you above like a 35% chance of melee CC or melee attacks at all from landing on you. So it's just a good number to be at compared to the average melee hit that people run.
Language not supported.
Sorry, I have like, I don't know how to turn off the voice thing for, I think it's my computer actually. I don't even think it's from Liberty. But I have it off. Anyways, it's not important. Can healing reduction be purged with Purify? Yes, it can, but the problem, Aeon, is that you can't control what Purify cleanses, right? So if you have multiple debuffs on you, that's not something that's prioritized on the list. If there's especially if there's debuffs that share the same category as it. So that'll be the main issue. And you only can purify one thing, one debuff, which is what sucks. It should be like 3 or 2, or I don't know. Something like that. That's guaranteed. Can you cleanse that healing debuff? Oh yes, you can. But the problem is like what I just explained. And you only upgrade gear when it drops. So yeah, TSA Casper, cleanse does not remove, like when they say cleanse removes weakens, it's not every single separate weaken debuff is the problem. It still removes one weaken, but it's one weaken stack, Casper. So the issue there is that no one ever really has, especially healers, like our issue is not having one healing one stack or one debuff stack that's like bothering us. We always have like over 10 debuff stacks bothering us, right? So if you can only remove one of those 10 debuff stacks, and the thing that's prioritized first is a CC, which will usually be a bind on you, then the 9 other debuff stacks are still going to remain on you, and you're not able to cleanse those. So that's why cleansing is not really that useful still, because you never struggle with, even you don't even struggle with 3 debuffs on you. It's always at least 5 or more on you. And you don't get to choose what to cleanse as well. So there's still so many issues with cleanses. It's not reliable. It's reliable for CC, hard CC, and that's what we use it for. But in terms of like a weaken, or all those other things, it's not reliable for. No, Ralloc, I don't think I will. Get these Greatsword Wand people out of my chat. Leave, Rylok. We don't want you here. These Greatsword Wand people infiltrating the chat. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, Rylok, what's up? I could check it. I don't know how my weapon got unequipped. Weird. Let's see. Vital Force. Oh, Vital Force. Here. That's... Wait, am I on KR? Hold on. Yeah, I'm on KR. I was like, wait, this English looks really good. But it's only the new stuff that is in Korean. But, that means, wait, did they update? Is this in English now? Hold on. Let me just look if they maybe did some changes. Oh, it's right here. No, it's still in Korean, never mind. Okay, but this is Vital Force now. Right, look. 30k cap? Wait, what does that mean? Oh, up to 30k. Yeah, that's not relevant. But you know why, Ralloc? Because this is balanced for Talendir right now, right? Because tanks, average tanks has over 30k health. See, this is what I was talking about earlier on. I don't know if you're here earlier, but I was pretty much ranting about how a lot of the changes they're implementing is based on Talendir right now. So what Talendir gear is right now is insane gear, which you know obviously too. But how that will impact us on global right now, I think is pretty negatively. Yeah, this is not going to impact anyone on global, because on global, the average like health for people is not even close to 30k. In Talendir T2, the average health is for tanks is like over 30k, and greatsword players. But sorry, what was I gonna do on KR? So folks who weren't here for earlier testing, I'll just recap what we tested on KR before it went on its maintenance. Let me just move the chat over so I can see this a little bit more easily. So for those who weren't here, the changes to Devoted Shield, how Devoted Shield works, what this translates to, is when you reach 30% health, you get a 6,000 health shield that lasts for 3 seconds and has a 60-second cooldown. Things we've already tested and confirmed. The duration of the shield is increased by buff duration. With my 57 buff duration that I have right now, the shield is like 5 point something seconds. So I have 57% buff duration. My shield lasts for 5 point something seconds. The cooldown of this passive is also impacted by your cooldown speed. So that's something we also tested and confirmed using timers, and multiple people in the chat also tested with their own timers. And so we can confirm that cooldown speed also impacts the cooldown of the shield. I still think the shield sucks. But in terms of what else do you take, your options are pretty slim. Actually, not really. Oh, wait. That counts as a sleep now. Oh, did you notice that, Rylock? It counts as a sleep now. But on NA, it still says weekend sleep, right? Can anyone confirm that Curse Nightmare on NA says weekend sleep? I'm pretty sure it says weekend sleep, right? It doesn't say sleep curse. Someone can confirm. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a 6,000 shield, Rylock. 6,000 shield that lasts for 5 seconds for me, 3 seconds base, 60-second cooldown. Okay, well that sucks that this is now sleep curse, because my thought was, if this was still weekend sleep like it is on NA, what we could have done with Enhancing Mire is run Pull of Corruption again, get our 140 max damage increase in the Mana Regen's Cute or whatever, to replace the shield, and then that would be insane synergy with the AoE Curse Nightmare thing. But now that, since this is not a weekend anymore, that idea is out the window. So AGS again showing that they don't like us. They don't like us. They want us to suffer. So sad. Hold on. For folks who have never seen Mire before, I'll just show you. This is a large scale. We're just talking large scale here, by the way, folks. Folks who are just joining. But this is a war. These are people. They're mobs. You use the Mire, does an AoE, reduces movement speed and attack speed by 30% for like 6 seconds. And then that also moves with the target. So as the target moves, they're slowing and reducing attack speed of everyone they pass through. And then as people move through them, it's doing the same thing. And you can just imagine how effective that is in large scale combat. That's what I probably would replace Healing Touch with. But yeah, and people who were not here earlier, as we already tested, if you use Healing Touch, it puts Swift Healing on the cooldown of Healing Touch if you use Healing Touch first. If you use Swift Healing, it puts Healing Touch on the cooldown of what your Swift Healing is. So it's pretty shit. So you have to take one now. Oh, what bow am I using on KR? I'm using Moonlight Bowstring on KR. It's my bow. Yeah, it's dead. You should not be using Healing Touch and Swift Healing anymore. You can argue that like, oh, I'll use Healing Touch to apply a hot to people in passing. Well, if you do that, and then within these like 6 seconds, 5 seconds, you need Swift Healing because like someone just took a bunch of damage, you don't have it. And then you'll feel really weird having to use whatever else at your disposal, like more bigger heals just to recover someone's health so that you don't like die. So you should really just take it off your bar. So you don't run into that sort of issue and take something else. But I like this. I'm gonna try this out and see how it goes. What did I change? I took off I took this off and then I put back blind. What the fuck? I'm blind. Oh, so wait, it's on the. I saved it. Hold on. It's on my quest log. I did. Oh yeah, I put the range increase on this, and then I put it on. I put something else on. What else did I put? I'm forgetting something. Wait, am I? Oh, this. The increased duration on Blessed Barrier. That's what I wanted to do. What is the meta group comp? The meta group comp? I don't think the meta group comp changes. What we do in Ethereum is we run 2 healers, a tank, and 3 DPS. What is the activation rate for the barrier passive effect? The activation rate for the barrier passive effect, it's immediate. It's 30%. So once you reach the moment you hit drop, or the moment you hit 30% health, the barrier activates arc. Wait, where do you get the Ghost Amatoy? Oh, the Ghost Amatoy is on KR only right now. It's the special shop. It's yeah, it's right here. Floating Jolt. Do I think Tornado's still worth it with the CC changes? That depends. I haven't tested the CC gauge. Actually, I can go test it in the Castleton. I forgot that NPC exists with the CC gauge. Let's go see how the CC gauge works now. Would I replace Healing Touch with Strafing? I don't really like the idea of replacing Healing Touch with Strafing just because you have to lock Strafing onto a target to use it. I rather what do you call it? I rather and that mobility is like a small dash. Like if it's anyone that's ranged, they can still reach you. If it's a melee person with greatsword, they can still catch you because they have like 1,000,000,001 mobility skills and even SNS. So I'd rather just take something that provides CC for my. And we're talking large scale here, right? Like I'd rather take something that provides large scale support. Strafing won't provide large scale support, and it's also not required if you have proper positioning. You won't often be in situations where you need a strafe, but also it won't help you escape at the same time. If the dash was further, like if it was a 10-meter dash or 8-meter dash, like your roll block dash, would probably be better, but it's not the case, unfortunately. Let's see what this person does to us now. So look at our CC gauge. Oh wait, is it going to be too slow? I think it's going to be too slow, isn't it? Actually, does this fill off the CC gauge? Where's my CC gauge? This person doesn't have CC like that. So it's 11% activated barrier below 30%. No, it's not 11% activated barrier over 30% arc. The barrier will always activate under 30%. So they got rid of a few things from the skill arc. The barrier does no longer requires the attack to be a weaken. It's just any hit under 30% health, and it's always a guaranteed proc. Anyone know Eli world boss? Hey Dailies, yeah, I put it in the healer Discord. It should be one of the more recent messages from me in the healer Discord. Go to discord.gg/healerstnl, and you'll see in the general chat is one of the more recent messages I put what I use on solo bosses. Sorry, you're asking world bosses? If you go to my max roll, oh wait, no, that's not updated. I'll put that one in the general too. So go look at the general chat. Go look at general in healer Discord. I'm gonna put it in the general chat right now. What I use on world bosses, and this is also what I use in dungeons too. So I use this in dungeons and world bosses. Here we go. Did I put this in the right? Yeah, I did. There we go. I put it in the wrong Discord for a second. Like, that's awkward. Hold on. I want to try to find someone to CC me. Maybe I'll go to I'll check here. The arena in Talandra. Does the shield CD affected by CDR? Yes, it is affected by CDR. Klana. Oh, wrong place. I swapped from wand staff to wand bow yesterday because of the healing. Does this make them more equivalent for healing now? No, it definitely does not make them more equivalent to healing. Yes, there is. Wand longbow still has better healing capabilities. A lot more healing is still something that wand longbow does. You have flash wave still. You still have the healing from purifying touch, so you can apply healing touch specialization to purifying touch to do the healing touch nature's blessing combo. That still works, and it does not put your swift healing on cooldown either. And then you also can reset your healing ability, so you still can heal a lot more. No one's in this arena either. Damn. Yes. Let's see those. Yeah, the CC immunity from staff inner peace, the way it works is it only immunes the first CC. It no longer immunes an infinite amount or 3 stacks of it. It's only the first one now. They nerfed that a while ago. That's not a recent one. That's a nerf from a while back. Let me see some of the changes they made. They did devoted shields. We already looked at that. Consecutive. Oh yeah, they said that the consecutive use version. Oh yeah, here. So it is shield block chest. So casting time is added, and Judgment Lightning can be used without any casting time when hit. 80% chance that shield block chance reduces by 30%. Yeah, so that's one of the newer abilities that now decreases shield block chance on SNS, which is really good. Frostmaster passive applies in AoE. Oh yeah, and there's something with Frostmaster passive apparently on staff. Let me put staff on. They said that additionally decreases movement speed for weakened effects by on a successful basic attack hit, causes frost effect within a 3-meter area from the target for 3 seconds, does not occur on targets already under frost effect. So just basic attacks. Let's see. Oh, that's cool. So you can apply. Oh, is there a cooldown on it? It looks like there's a cooldown on it, because it's not every single attack. Yeah, so it's not every single attack, but it doesn't tell you the cooldown. Oh yeah, it says. Oh, I see. So the duration. Well, let's see. I'm just attacking the same target. So they said any target that already has a frost effect on it will not get it again. So that's probably why. So I use it. This person has a frost effect on it. But if I use it there and I swap talking to another one. Oh yeah, so there's no cooldown on it. Just apply it everywhere. Cool. That can be a useful passive for wand staff healer. You can apply a slow to everyone you hit, and you just keep spreading that slow around the enemies. Could be helpful. What changed on bow wand? If you go into the healer Discord into announcements, Nova, I summarize all the changes to Bow Wand and just healing in general, because it's like a small change to Bow Wand. It's just swift healing and healing touch share cooldown now, and Devoted Shield got heavily nerfed. It's not good anymore. Where it's not that good. It's not good anymore for one, but you also don't have many options left, so you probably can still run it. But yeah, those are the main changes. Other than that, there's just more general, huge changes to survivability for everyone that I summarized in announcements. Gonna play Saffron. Should I swap to Bow Wand? I don't know. That's up to you, Eloquent. That's up to you. It depends what you want to do. If you want to have more healing output, you prefer more healing output, then swap to Bow Wand. I think that's the simplest way to put it. So protects. If that's the playstyle you like. Yeah, Christian. So if you already applied the Frost debuff on someone, it won't reapply it. It won't refresh the timer. So that's like the difference. For the tier 2, the save apply, you should have all tier 1 traded before transferring. Yes. The same thing applies, contradiction. Especially for T2. Yeah, I played Saffron on global. I can't understand how inner peace. Oh, I already read that. Can you get 3 seconds healing touch with purifying touch? No, you cannot get 3. Oh, wait, first the cooldown of purifying touch. No, because the cooldown for purifying touch is over 10 seconds, and even with my gear, and it's like really good gear in terms of buff duration. Like I have 57% buff duration right now, right? Which is, oops, I lost buff duration. Here we go. So I have 57% buff duration right now. Even with just buff 57% buff duration, the healing touch, which is normally, because it uses this one, is 6 seconds. It only increases to like about 10 seconds, and my cooldown of purifying touch is 15. Even with the if you add the cooldown on it, it'll bring it to 10 seconds, so you can probably get it a bit under 10 seconds. But then the issue is more so that you need to cleanse a debuff off of someone in order to activate the healing touch from purifying touch. So unless you're cleansing a debuff off of someone, you cannot consistently keep 3 stacks on someone, because people aren't consistently debuffed like that throughout like that long of a fight, right? Because that's a 30-second fight, and as we know, like fights don't normally last that long. They end like in 20 seconds or stuff like that. And even within those 20 seconds or 30 seconds, even if a fight lasts 30 seconds, people are repositioning too much. Or not too much, not that it's a bad thing, but there's a lot of repositioning and movement happening that oftentimes there aren't really debuffs to cleanse. And then there isn't debuffs more importantly worth to cleanse, because you should be saving your purifying touch to cleanse a hard CC, like a stun especially, like mainly a stun really, to save your allies. That's like one of the best ways to save someone from dying, is to cleanse a stun so they don't get knocked down or prone. Or do you think endurance or evasion is better for small scale and T2 as staffs? Melee evasion, range endurance is best for small scale and arenas. It always will be. You can eventually run in like Talender gear, like triple. You can run triple defenses, like melee, range, and magic, but you can't really do that in T1 gear. Question: can Bow Wand do DPS in PvP and PvE, or is it only good for support? If you want to do DPS in Bow Wand, it's like more of a meme, but it's just fun. So you can do it for fun. I would not do it competitively because it's like really a meme. In PvE, you can do it and you're just not as good as others like Staff Wand, but you can do it for sure. Can I see your gear? This is KR. I haven't logged on in KR since global launch, so my gear is like, it's still T2, but it's not Talender T2. Yeah, I stopped playing KR actively like a month and a half before global launch, so like sometime in August. I'm really wondering if staff DPS is worth the nerf to heals. Am I wrong in assuming bow can do better single target DPS faster? Staff's hardest hitting skill. Oh yeah, definitely. Staff can absolutely do way more. Staff Wand, sorry. If we're talking about Staff Wand and Bow Wand, if you're just talking about staff and bow as single weapons in terms of like a DPS. It's yeah, bow does have better single target capabilities than staff. Absolutely. Staff's shining thing is the fact that is their AoE. That's their thing. And when it comes to DPSing. When it comes to like just being a healer, like wand staff and wand longbow, wand staff will just have better DPS output. It's not paired with like you know, like wand longbow or like longbow staff or like longbow dagger or staff dagger that increases like DPS and attack speed and crit damage and all those really good damage modifiers. Best way to get active passive skill books. Open world dungeon grinding to get the gemstones to convert those into books. Topping like completing your challenges. Yeah, topping the charts in the what's it called? Secret dungeons, get infinity. Here we go. Get infinity, completing your challenges, getting these stones as well. Are gonna be really good for you. And then I'm forgetting. I'm like, oh, co-op dungeons. Do your co-op dungeons, and then also you could get them from resistance contracts. Just take the stone versions. Couple places. Can you test something on care for me? I found it really interesting. As you do before I touch when you cleanse multiple debuffs with it. I guess. Yeah, that's what the changes. Yeah, so that's what the changes that they did. That's the changes with today, Rob. So because now Purifying Touch cleanses more than just a single stack, which was so dumb that it did that before. But because Purifying Touch cleanses multiple stacks of stuff now, the way that the Purifying Touch specialization reads is applies one healing touch to the target upon removal of a debuff. So because you can remove multiple stacks of a debuff, I don't know if this was intended, to be honest with you too, because we know that they counted the removal of a debuff as one stack. Now that the removal of a debuff on Purifying Touch is the whole stack of debuffs, they may have neglected to change it to where it still applies just one stack of Healing Touch. But now, maybe because I'm pretty sure it's still, this specialization still considers the removal of a whole stack of debuffs as the removal of multiple debuffs. It gives you multiple stacks of Healing Touch. I don't know if that's intended, but that's what ended up happening with the changes today. Let's not talk about it a lot, though, so you don't remove it. Because if they remove that, I'm going to be pissed. Do not talk about it. If you're on the stream, then you know about it. But I don't know if that's intended or not, because it doesn't... I don't know. I have a feeling that they didn't mean for that. Can you test something? Oh, sorry, that was what I read. Sorry. But how important is How important is 50 strength heavy attack for hybrid build? Staff wand, pretty important, or like it's helpful because heavy attack's the easier way to boost your damage by a significant amount, and you can get super high heavy attack on staff because staff has a heavy attack passive. But if you own Castle and a Riftstone that have heavy attack chance on it as well, you can get easily over 400 heavy attack, even 500 if you get a heavy attack chest, which is the Mother's Nature test T1. So. Check your building quest log for bow wand still valid. Depends on which one you're looking at, Tuba. My updated if you wanna see my builds for the upcoming T2 dungeons part 1, I say part 1 because we're not getting T2 gear, we're getting the T1 gear and the T2 dungeons. It's here in this link. That's all my stuff for T2 Dungeons Part 1. I'll put in max roll at some point with descriptions and proper drop locations once we get closer to the drop date or the release date of the T2 Dungeons on global this upcoming month in November. the builds are tested. The only builds that aren't tested, so I'm not confidently telling people like do this. It's gonna be really good. Is the 3 trans build that I recently added at the bottom. That's something that I just want to test personally to see how it feels in large scale. I'm pretty sure it'll feel good because that's exactly what I ran minus the T2 dungeon T1 accessories in the start of KR, and I felt like it was really good in large scale fights because I just hide in the ball or I just hide somewhere to where I'm not easily targeted by melee. But in small scale, I felt terrible, and that's why I swapped off of it, because majority of the game back then, especially because there's like no content in the game back then when the game first launched, was just small scale PvP and open world PvP, which is also just small scale. And it just felt so bad running 4-piece trans because you were just squishiest thing on the planet. And you were just perma CC'd. So I swapped off of it immediately. Or not immediately, but like after like 3 months, I put up with it and I just swapped off of it. Okay. So is the only way to get the large scale... Oh, thanks, Muffled. So the only way to get the large world event boss drops is to deal high DPS since NA launch. Boss contribution is DPS and healing. But that's not the only way. In peace bosses, it's determined by your guild's contribution. In conflict bosses, it's determined by your guild's contribution. In peace bosses, it's determined by your party's contribution. There's many times on our server where there's a guild with just 2 people in it, and they gotten loot a lot of times off of bosses. So it's just the luck of the roll at the end of the day. You can have a really high contribution amount percentage towards a boss, but if luck is not on your side and it lands on the person who has like a lower amount of contribution, they just get the loot. Doesn't matter. You have a dagger. Oh, I have a dagger. Yes, I have a dagger, Rylock. Phantom smokescreen melee got fixed apparently. Oh no, I'm just reading what you said, Relic. I have a dagger. I can put it on. Hold on. This dagger's... I'm kidding. But Phantom Smokescreen, you said the melee version got fixed, apparently. The problem is that no one's on KR right now to test it with me. Is this person... That's crossbow dagger. I'm gonna ask, we'll see if someone responds to my call. Oh, they're not working. God heals the bot. Uh-oh. I can see what... I can check why. You can try now, God heals. Try now. See if it is fixed. Do I use exit leg? Yeah, I use exit leg on Oh, here. Silver came. Ew, thank you. Combo. This is why we run melee evasion. Smoke screen doesn't work? Oh, okay. I'm gonna see. Yeah, I'm melee projectile on. It's on. I'm gonna see if maybe pull works. Let's see. I'm using pull. He's gonna test pull. Oh, the pull missed. I have no evasion on this character, Relic. Pull missed. Is that good? I have 36 melee evasion too, so. Is that I don't think it would count the stuns and prones on Greatsword though, Relic, because those aren't projectiles, right? Those are just... That's just melee range abilities. Projectiles are, from what I understand, is like chain pull, like those actual ranged kind of stuff. Oh, I see. Maybe that was a mistake. The dash missed. Precision dash missed. So for your wombo will not be viable anymore in arena. It will Tsubaki, still will be viable in arena. Staff won't. Staff dagger late game is strong, especially with Talendeer gear. Oh, look at the CC gauge. It's a lot faster. I mean, it's... I don't know. Maybe it's still slower, actually. Just disappear. Wait, why is the CC gauge not, like, showing? It showed up. But it disappeared. I think the CC gauge is bugged. It, like, shows up and then it disappears. Even though he's CCing me. Oh, is there? But it's like weirder now because it's like I feel like it's going away a lot quicker as well. Oh, there, like now it's pumping really fast. I don't. I think it goes away too fast is the problem. I don't know. If you sleep NATO, you'll wake the people up, XX. Okay. I thought AoE curse build for soloing open dungeons with solo patches is just so viable. So that's a KR. That was a KR video, Alexander. I need to make one for global. It would be different. So what are the gear to get 50 strength on step 1 by rebuild? I want to follow you. So okay. I haven't put one of those together, Rena, so I'll have to put one together to be able to share it to you. If you send me a Discord on if you send me a message on Discord, I can send you an example of a build. When I put one together, like I'm gonna have to put that together, so I won't be able to send it right away, but I'll send it to you when I have some time, maybe tomorrow, or before Friday to put one together. When are they adding this balance of global? This balance of global probably would come to us 3 weeks to a month, I'd assume. How we beat Gate Infinity as healer? I have a solo boss build that I put in the healer Discord and general chat RMF for Juan Lombo. You can take a look at that and copy that. That's how I or that's what I use for Gate of Infinity. But it's pretty easy for healers to get under 3 minutes always. It'll take some gear in terms of like you would want epic gear, epic weapons. Sorry, you want epic ones. Epic. Oh wow, I need water. You want epic weapons. After epic weapons, it's really just reading meeting certain stat bonuses in terms for wisdom and dex, getting it really high, for your damage. Yeah, and then doing proper combinations. You'll get under 3 minutes. Using your PvP SSF melee range endurance build as my first. You working very well to get. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Axie. Okay, I'm gonna probably get off soon, in like 5 minutes. So if folks have any questions that I missed, please feel free to send them in the chat again, because I want to make sure that I can answer all the questions. I don't really like missing questions, but sometimes it's hard to answer all the questions when you're doing things at the same time. So if I miss any questions, please feel free to send them again. And I apologize, and I'll answer them before I hop off. Will you have a event PvP PvE skill build for Saffron? Yes. Oh, there is already one. Arc. If you go to the PvP build, it's there. It's in the PvP build. It should be titled PvP PvE as well, I'm pretty sure. Build guides. Healer PvP. Wand staff. Skill builds. Oh, I don't have one. You know what I did? The large scale hybrid build, and I think there should be a note here somewhere. Yes, and I'll move the note so it's a lot more obvious. But the large scale PvP hybrid build is what I was intending for folks to use for PvP PvE. If you look at the bottom of that build, you can see my note. I say use the skill build for PvP dynamic events. I'll move that to the top so it's a lot more easier to catch. So that's my fault. My bad. But yeah, I would recommend that one. Where was the PvE build? Sorry, I didn't hear. Do you have a Discord or a link with your Wombo PvE build things? Yeah, Rob. If you go to discord.gg/healer healers TNL, we actually have a large TNL Discord for healers. It's like 4,500 people in there. So that's why I share a lot of my stuff. That's where we all just like talk about like healer things. It's a really good space. So yeah, definitely join that. You'll find my build links in there as well to the max roll. Yeah. I tend to die more to staff bow, staff dagger in my server with the builds though now, so know what to do about it. Yeah, when it comes to small scale, it's just more of a learning curve when it comes to that Axie, like learning how to out heal staff, as well as blocking their damage and abilities. It's yes, that's just like the only caveat, but like that's in small scale, at the very least, you're not getting CC permalock by a greatsword, which is even worse. Through verse staff, you're still able to use your skills and out heal them or counter them in certain ways. In large scale, it's more of a positioning thing. You should be very hard to kill in large scale if you're properly positioned. So over time, you'll figure out those points where to stand. Also, comms with your party and stuff like that will help a lot too. In T2 Part 1, there is a magic evasion range endurance variant or version of the build. So similar to the melee evasion range endurance, you can also run a magic evasion range endurance version. I've shared that in the healers Discord, but I'll also share it here as well. You can find all my T2 dungeon Part 1 builds here. You can check those out. The trans builds at the bottom are builds I've never tested on global. But those exact builds I also never tested on KR, the exact ones. I tested 4-piece trans on global. The first 3-4 months of the game is what I played only. And then I swapped off of it because melee made my life a living hell. And then I swapped to more melee defensive builds, and it was a lot better from small scale. Because at the start of the KR was only small scale, so that's something to keep in mind. So I had to adjust because that was the only PvP that we were doing because there wasn't that much content in the game at the time. But yeah, in that link you'll see the melee evasion range endurance builds. Like those builds have been tested, so you can use those if you want to. But I would always do 2 sets, kind of thing. Never replace your existing gear if it's good gear. I'm working towards your one Lambo PvP build a max roll. Once I complete that build, you have a T2 set to work towards after. Yes, there will be, and I'll put those on the max roll as well once we get closer to the dungeons launching. But the Part 1 T2 builds, which are just replacing accessories in case, will always use the same armor, especially for PvE. I'll only ever replace accessories. I think in PvE, I probably don't have to change much. Sorry, I will probably change an armor piece. I'll probably put the Mother Nature's chest on for more heavy attack and really good DPS stats. Good for PvE. And that's probably mainly the only things really needing to be changed. Probably change the gloves or the pants because you won't need the Mother's pants. You can put something else there. You can probably do like Reaper's pants because you can also get that from T2 dungeons for free. So you can do Reaper's pants, Reaper boots, Mother's chest, Mother gloves, kind of thing. You can get all those free from dungeons now. In the T2 dungeons, they'll drop from a box, which is pretty nice. You just will not. The only thing that'll be hard to get still is a trans ring, the universal ring, but all the other T1 field boss and arc boss gear will drop from T2 dungeons in boxes. RNG chance, of course. Hey Eli, sorry I'm late, but I have a question. Is endurance lineal? What do you mean? Is it lineal? Eld? There is diminishing returns on endurance itself, if that's what you're asking. So it's not just like straight stacking, but yeah, crit is what counters endurance. Endurance as a stat itself is not always going to be. It's not the gonna have its full percentage as you increase it higher and higher. There's diminishing returns on it, like all other stats in the game. Similar to why if you have 1,000 crit hit on your character, you're not healing every single time. Like there's diminishing returns on crit hit, like there are on all other stats in the game. Will you stream anytime soon? Yes, I do tend to stream. I actually have a schedule that I think I'm gonna announce this Sunday on my streaming schedule. I finally figured out days that I can probably stream consistently. So I'll be updating my Twitch schedule thing to have the schedule in there, and I'll also probably put it in the Discord as well, so folks can know when I'm going to be streaming. So I'll be more consistent with it. I'm probably gonna start off with 2 days, because that just fits with my schedule. And yeah, and then if I do any like streams not on my regular days, then I'll probably announce it, as well, like I have been doing with my usually when I stream. But yeah, I think I'm thinking of doing Monday, and I know a lot of people said Friday, Saturday, but Friday, Saturdays are hard days to commit to. So I think I'm gonna do Monday and Thursday, and then with the random streams being on a Friday, Saturday when I'm like home and not doing anything. But yeah, like when I did that poll a while ago, I think Friday and Saturday won, didn't it? Like were the most. Yeah, like about 50 of you said Friday, and then this similar said Saturday, and then I was like, can't commit to a Friday, Saturday because sometimes I have things going on, but I could definitely do Thursday, which was third, or no, we'll had like a good amount of you said Thursday, and could do Monday for sure. But yeah, I'll make those like the consistent days. And I'll try to also, I will put ahead of time what I'll maybe try to focus those streams on, because I think majority of you, like over 50 of you, said that you're more interested in PvP focused streams. So what I'm thinking is Monday is Boonstone Wars, Wednesdays is a war, and Thursday is a war. Oh sorry, let me take it back. I was planning to do Monday and Wednesday as a consistent stream days, because Monday, Wednesday are both wars, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday would be the random days that I'll stream, because they're Friday and Saturday are wars, but Sunday would be a siege. So I think whenever we have a siege, I'm 100% going to be streaming the siege. So siege would normally be like the third day that I would stream in a week, just to stream the siege. And then I think people were interested in Q&As, which got a nice amount of votes. So I do that a lot. I just like Q&As, so don't have to worry about me not doing those. And then I think also some people were interested in VOD reviews, which I think was cool. I like the idea of anyone who like is interested in like sending me a VOD, and we can all together look at the VOD, and we can all like, you know, share helpful feedback or tips or learn from the VODs if people are doing pretty cool things. So I like that idea too. People are interested in that. So I'll announce ahead of time if I'm doing a VOD review, and then ask folks to submit VODs that we can all look at together during the stream. But yeah. Sorry, I got distracted on the questions. So some last questions. Hila, I got your staff wand evasion build maxed out. If I want to go into staff dagger, do I have to change much? Yes. If you want to go staff dagger, you want to play a range magic evasion build, but also have 2-piece reapers in it, which is like a lot of gear being changed. I was looking into longbow wand, and it didn't feel right for me, so I looked at staff wand. Yeah, no worries, Ark. It's I always say you want to play what you feel more comfortable with, right? At the end of the day, because that'll help you enjoy the game. If you build for PvP gear, is wand bow or wand staff going to have an easier time in PvE? Both of them have the best time in PvE of all the healer builds. Wand bow will be the better PvE choice because of the deadly marker ability that decreases the cooldowns of every single person in the party every time someone lands a crit, and there's no individual cooldown on that cooldown reduction. So if the crossbow hits 30 times and they crit every single time, that will decrease your cooldowns everyone in the party by every single crit instance. So, and it also decrease the cooldown of the skill itself. So a 30-second cooldown can easily be reduced to 5-second cooldowns in just 4 seconds. Like, that's how powerful Deadly Marker is, and it's really amazing for PvE for that reason. Making Wand Longbow just like a obvious top choice when it comes to PvE dungeons. Especially when it comes to like challenge modes, like this. Oh, I can actually show this now because I'm on KR right now. Co-op dungeons. If people are wondering like what the heck is a challenge mode, sorry, these are the. Oh, where did they put challenge modes? Oh, that's right there. Sorry, I'm blind. Here, challenge mode. So this is the competitive PvE at the moment in Throne and Liberty, right? It's ranked as well. Where are the ranking boards? Season ranking. So you can see here, with your party, you rank on these leaderboards. And when you score you get rewards for ranking top 3. I don't know what the rewards are actually, but you see here it's based on time and your score. Because within, it's not just time. Within the dungeons themselves, there are challenges that you have to meet. So that also increases your score. But ultimately, time determines it at the end of the day because everyone's obviously going to meet all the challenges in the top 10. So your score will determine your placement. But you and your party... oh, no, it's individual. I thought it was party. Oh, yeah. But anyways, there's cool rewards. So if people are wondering, like, what are the rewards? Well, you get 200 of the ruins, which is insane. 200 ruins. If people don't understand how insane this is, it's like a fuck ton of ruins. Like, it's just crazy. But you have to get a score of 18,000. So people right now, I think, are only reaching 150. From what I understand. Oh, but it's a new season, so that's why. Never mind. So you'll get these rewards. You'll also get a mount, which is really cool. This is stuff that's just everyone can access. You just have to get the scores. But you also get season rewards for ranking. I don't know. I don't know where to check the rewards for this though. But yeah, this is like the competitive PvE that comes with T2 dungeons. That people, more PvE players like sweat over. But yeah, that's when PvE gear also becomes like more relevant. There's also we're also getting the 12-man raids in the new year, which are also going to have a ranked version as well. So there's going to be a lot more competitive PvE added to the game. So if you're a PvE player, you can look forward to that. Rankings are still the same here. The rewards are the same. Lawless Zone is a new world versus world. Anyone who ever played Guild Wars 2, there's a new form of content that just dropped in the game today called Lawless Zone. This is a PvP PvE setup. You're matched with a server, a different server, and you have to fight that server for the bosses that spawn there every day. And there's also like a weekly boss that spawns every day. But you are capturing like stuff and doing things that similar to World vs. World, World vs. World in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, it sounds really fun, and there's like really good rewards. Like these accessories are insane. Like you can look at these: wisdom, perception, magic hit, cooldown speed, range, dex, perception, range hit, at attack speed, perception, melee hit, heavy attack chance, and these are just base as well. Like heavy attack chance, max health, strength, movement speed. Like these are insane accessories, and then you get these stuff that I don't know are in these things. And then it also gives you the stuff that you need for the new artifact system. Artifacts are really cool. They have things that augment your abilities. That's pretty cool. It's a new system as well. But yeah, okay, sorry. Let me go back to the questions really quick so I can end the stream. Looking at the Lombo wand, and it didn't feel... oh, sorry, wrong button. It didn't feel right for me, so sorry, I read that. If you build for PvE gears, one bow or one staff going to have an easier time in PvE. Yeah, wand bow. What skills would you recommend running with the high hit endurance wand bow build? I would recommend running the top build suggested in the full support skill build tab, SARS. Thanks, Loki. I appreciate that. Do we know when the first siege will take place? We do not know that yet, Veroja. They'll need to announce that sometime in November, this upcoming month. I don't understand. Well, my position is great until I decide to try to sleep bomb. Yeah, sleep bombing is Wand Lombo is quite awkward. I normally just do the tornado CC. If I'm transitioning from melee and range endurance to Lombo wand, can I stick with that for staff wand? You could. You technically could, and run high focus. Just understand that in small scale you're gonna really not like it, but it's okay. It's good. It's okay to do that for large scale for sure. Is Rita staff used at all? Yes, Rita staff is used by DPS Lombo staff players who just camp up on a tree or like a ledge somewhere, and they just take advantage of the Rita staff buff and just free cast. And it's also really good in PvE for anyone who uses the staff. Sorry, I just don't know if you answered this, but is there any need to reroll from Lombo Wand with the changes? Nope, no need to reroll from Lombo Wand. You can stay as Lombo Wand 100%. In your opinion, is you could only run with build for PvE? Would you prefer full endurance or a mix of endurance? I like a mix of endurance and evasion. I think both of them together create really amazing builds. Question specific to bow wand. Yeah, and for bow wand, yes. When you said your guild plays with 2 healers per party, do you take into account SNS wand? Hey Diabula, do I take into account SNS wand? No. If it's a SNS wand frontliner, I do not take them into account. They're just a frontliner tank CC, and they're healing usually just themselves. Hey, like, quick question. I understand that positioning plays a large part in GP's large scale. Would you ever make a video regarding this? Yeah, I could if that's something that people are interested in. I know a lot of guilds normally go over like general PvP positioning for anyone or whatever. Which is usually like someone is like in a guild that like knows a lot about that stuff. So I haven't really thought about it. But I can go, yeah, I can make a video about that. I don't see an issue with that at all. Yeah, if people are interested in it, I could definitely add it to the list. Do you have a preference on stats for T2, or maybe continue with melee evasion and range endurance? I will continue with melee evasion and range endurance in T2. You can actually do melee evasion, range endurance, magic endurance as well with Talendir gear. But yeah, I would continue with melee evasion. Hylia, is the wand bow PvP build from actual update? Yes, it is. Hylia, Safwan question: is it still worth going range endurance even though I cannot hit 800? Since I don't know when I'll be. Yeah, even if you can't hit 800, if you're just at 600, it's perfectly fine, especially if you're a Lombo player. If you're a Sap player, it's also fine. As long as your melee evasion is high, that's the more important part. Why are people asking if they should reroll Wand Lombo? I know people were jumping ship and dooming about the Wand Lombo nerfs. But everyone really got nerfed when it comes to survivability. The Wand Lombo got specific nerfs as well. But I think it's still a really strong build. It's just going to be an adjustment. Playstyle adjustment. Going into T2, would you recommend currently trying to gear towards the melee evasion range endurance build or the triple endurance build? I would recommend the triple endurance Happy Feet. Thanks for subscribing, Eugenio Nunes. Eugenio, healer can do this, or is it all for DPS? No. Are you talking about the challenge mode dungeons, Timothy? You need a healer for a challenge mode dungeon in order to rank high. Absolutely. For Saf 1, can they go endurance instead? Evasion seems like it will take a hit in the future. Yeah. Saf 1 can't go endurance. Yeah, you can run the triple endurance build on Saf 1 for sure. I've noticed but evasion doesn't take a hit as well. Because you have what do you call it? Because you could do resonance and runes, you can get evasion to like 3k. On Safwan can get like melee evasion to 3.3k. It gets really crazy. I've noticed in co-op dungeons we always have multiple Lombos using Nature's Blessing and Deadly Marker. Does the impact value? Yes, it does, because you can stack Deadly Markers. So the more Deadly Markers you have, it's just better. There's not really a limitation to how many you want. It's better to go for evasion or endurance as a Greatsword Wand. As Greatsword Wand, you should go endurance. There won't be that much changes on your there will be some changes when it comes to the transitioning into T2 T1 gear, lol. But for Woe Wand, it's just the accessories. Like it's just gonna be your bracelet, a necklace, belt, and cape. That's it. So not too much, from what I recall. I think I have it here as well, so I'll just share it. These are my builds that I'll also be updating into the max roll, but it's just a sneak peek for folks who missed it earlier. These are my part 1 T2 dungeon builds that just have the T1 accessories and capes and gear that will be dropping currently in the T2 dungeons. We know it's dropping because in the current data mine files, the T1 dungeon boxes that include the Arc Boss and Field Boss gear is still in the files for global. As well as the accessories and the cape for the T2 dungeons. So we know that we're likely going to be getting them. If it changes, I'll update folks, but as of now that we're getting them and they're in the files. But yeah, and just also to note, the only builds I haven't tested in that link I just sent are the 3 4-piece trans builds, or what do they call them on NA? I keep on forgetting. It's not transcendental. They call it Ascended. Is it called Ascended? Yeah, they call it Ascended. So the 4-piece Ascended gear At the bottom, the 4-piece of the gear at the bottom, I do not slight me or say that I said to run those, because I haven't tested those with the T2 accessories in TL before. I've only tested 4-piece trans or Centigear, whatever you want to call it, in TL, because that's what I ran for the first 3-4 months of the game. And the only reason I swapped off it, for those curious, is because melee people will just bully you, and majority of the game early on was just small scale fights. There was no content like there is today in terms of PvP. So since all the fights were small scale, I was just number one target running 4-piece trans, because there's no survivability in 4-piece trans. But now with the specialization systems and the different forms of content and stuff like that, in a large scale fight, you can definitely probably hide in a ball or play really well with your positioning to make the 4-piece trans really effective. But that's something I want to test with the T2, T1 dungeon accessories. Ready to go for, yeah, so you're being a glass cannon, but yeah, you're being a glass cannon, but you just have to be a smart glass cannon. I've noticed in co-op dungeons you always there won't be that much changes. What would you say are the top 4 best healer builds for PvE and PvP? PvE, Lombo Wand. PvP, it's really just multiple builds that do something exceptionally well that others don't do. So I have that summary of the PvP stuff in this article, so I'd read that. Just to get an idea of like my thoughts there. For PvP standpoint, I don't do much PvP. Oh, what were you talking about specifically, LOL? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so there won't be much changes on the... Oh, yeah, sorry. And when it comes to PvP, PvE builds, yeah, there won't be much changes. Because it's not necessary. That's why there won't be. Because you can change things, but it won't make a huge difference at all. Or any difference, really. Sleep Bomb seems much better executed by a SNS wand, right? Yes. When it comes to Tevident wands... And especially when you get into T2 gear, it becomes much better on SNS wand, because they can just walk into a bunch of people and sleep bomb and like one-shot people or do insane amounts of damage. So they can spam their sleep bomb combo a lot more easily and a lot more reliably than a wand dagger that has to set it up in a very like calculated way, taking often a long time to set up the combo, or they can just not set up the combo because someone catches them. Whereas SNS wand doesn't experience those kind of issues. When will they increase dimensional token in T2? When will they increase dimensional token cap to 6,000 for global? That usually comes with T2 dungeons, Rainith. I probably answered your question, Oriole. I Saffron question, is it still worth going range endurance even though I cannot hit ancient? Yeah, I answered that question. I did say yes. Yeah, definitely you can run it with the 600 that you have, and that's perfectly fine. It's really important that you just get your melee evasion to the breakpoint it needs to be at, which is like around 1,700. Since your staff, you can get away with like 1,600. I've noticed that a lot of guys out there prioritize skills of purple, but don't talk about skill prior after purple. Is there a skill any for one level? Yeah, there is. There is. I do have a skill prio on my max roll. I just emphasize the important skills to level up in order, like 0 to 3 and 3 to 5. So I follow that. After that comes down to preference, because there's not really many other like super important skills to get up to 5. So it just comes down to like what you want to do. A lot of people just focus on their PvE, DPS abilities and stuff like that. You can do the same. With these changes, what classes do you think are going to become more meta, or which are... I don't think anything's going to necessarily fall off, because the changes affect everyone, because the changes to survivability affects all healers. And then the targeted changes to Wand Lombo doesn't make us any worse when it comes to being the best overall healing output build. Is SS Wand viable as a healer, or is it just strictly self-sustain? I mean, it's definitely more players. It's still possible, or should I re-roll? Yes, Wand Lombo, Wand SNS is viable as a healer, but you're playing sort of like a dual role. You still have to play more. You still have to play as like a. You still have to provide frontline CC. And especially to get your mana back, that's why you're also going to the front line. But you're also healing. So it's best played in like a majority melee party. Sorry. Just so you don't have to chase people around for heals. Thank you for putting your content. Oh, no worries. Yeah, thanks for protecting. I appreciate that. Should you get the Queen Bellendir staff as a wand staff person? If you're willing to fight all the DPS staff people in your guild for the Bellendir staff as a healer, that's wand staff. That's likely, I'm assuming, playing hybrid. I definitely welcome you to try. If your guild is one that runs an internal auction, so you can just like probably buy it from your guild, then definitely nothing should stop you from doing that. But I will say that it's not something that you'd make the best use of compared to a staff dagger, who can stealth into the enemy backline and use a Bellinger staff to blow up the entire backline. So that's why I would say staff dagger should definitely get it first. But if you have the means to get it, then I won't stop you. But yeah, no worries, Loki. The Lombo nerf is that you cannot use Healing Touch and Swift Healing at the same time anymore. They share a cooldown now. And also the Distorted Shield passive, it got heavily nerfed and completely changed. It's only a 6,000 health shield with a 60-second cooldown that procs at 30% health. That's it. We did test and find out that the cooldown is affected by your cooldown speed, and the duration of the shield, which is 3 seconds base, is increased by your buff duration. What's triple endurance? Triple endurance is stacking melee, range, and magic endurance to good amounts. So you can do that with Lombo before your buffs, and with your buffs, you can get with the triple endurance build that you can get with just the T1 accessories from the T2 dungeons. You get a total of 1,060 melee endurance. You get 1,200 range endurance, and you get 1,040 magic endurance. So just like that, you have a really, really good endurance build now. The triple endurance build is back when it comes to the T2 dungeons, and just the T1 gear that drops from the T2 dungeons. You can get 1k in every single endurance slot with the triple endurance build. So that's when endurance becomes worth it. But triple endurance builds become worth it when you can do that. And that's why I took it out very early on when global launched, because you weren't able to do that anymore because they changed the drop locations of a lot of items. But now that we're able to do that again with the T2 dungeons coming out with the T1 gear in them, I'm adding back the triple endurance build. If I'm staff wand and curious about swapping to both, I end up committing, should I start over on a new weapon completely of transfer max? You don't have to start all over, Veruja. You can use your current character and just slowly transition stuff over. It's probably better than starting all over. Oh, but sorry, I read your question wrong. Should I start over a new weapon completely transfer max number? I would keep the Umbermaster staff. I think it's a good staff. Keep the Umbermaster staff and start with a new weapon, Veruja. If you can stack Deadly Marker, the max 2 specialization is taken. Yeah, you can stack Deadly Marker, Arc. When I say stack, it is 2, though. Yeah, you're limited to the 2. What do you think is the most, with that specialization, what do you think is the most meta pure healer in ZVZ or in Arena post-nerf? The most meta in ZVZ would be Juan Lombo. And because we do 2 healers per party, so I would see it as Juan Lombo, Juan Staff. And then in Arena, it is Juan Staff, Juan Dagger, Juan Lombo as the 3 meta. Juan SNS is also up there, but I guess you'll just count them as, because they still heal, I guess, but they do 2 roles. They CC heal and all that stuff. They're tanky. One staff usually has an easier time because they can damage, CC, and heal by good amounts. You want to continue on melee evasion returns on TC, but recommend us to continue with. No, I don't recommend you to do either, Jav. I'm just stating which are really good builds. In small scale in arenas, I will definitely confidently say, as I always do, melee evasion is always going to be king, because in small scale in arena is when you get bullied the most by someone with a greatsword or anyone with a melee weapon. So in order to counter them, so you can play the game, because all those weapons are things that just make you not able to play the game, like literally not even press skill because you're stunned, you're on the ground, or you're prone, or you're silenced, or you're being pulled in every single which way direction. Melee evasion helps you counter that the best, and that's why it's a meta on KR, and that's why it's a meta on global. When it comes to large scale, triple endurance builds specifically shine the most, because you actually reach, like I just mentioned, 1,040 magic endurance, 1,100 something range endurance. Like, you reach proper amounts of the 2 damage types that hit you the most in large scale, but you still have a really good amount of melee endurance for any any greatsword SNS who try to push into your ball or anything like that. You can sustain damage from everyone by a good amount. Hey, Amon. Thank you. I appreciate that. With the patch notes release, how is the Dag Wand guys doing there? Yeah, I think they're doing okay. But the Dag Wand people... sorry, the Dag Wand people. What we tested earlier when Rylock was here, we tested Smokescreen. I think that's the more important thing that Dagger Wand people care about a lot. So with Smokescreen, we confirmed that it does not work on stuns and prones, like all those melee range CC. It does now work again on melee range stuff. So the pulls, the pushes, precision dash on greatsword, it does work on all that stuff. And it likely probably works on Shadow Step as well, which would also negate the silence. What do you think is a good amount of evasion, melee evasion for Lombo? It'll be 1700, Dalton. What's your opinion on Expo Dagger? I keep hearing it falls off, so I should swap to a different class. It falls off if you're not good at it. I think that's like the number one thing I like to say, because Expo Dagger definitely falls off, but it felt more like Expo Dagger falls off because majority of people who played Expo Dagger were heavily relying on Bellendir Expo when it was super broken. So when they nerfed Bellendir Expo and then they did some additional nerfs to Expo Dagger, a lot of people who weren't really that great with Expo Dagger fell off of Expo Dagger, but the people who were always like really, really good at Expo Dagger always played it and they always dominated, and they were still top 20 kill rankings. Always, even when they reset kill rankings. So if you're really good at Expo Dagger, you'll find Expo Dagger to be really good, and you'll know how to make it work for you and to get the most kills out of it as well and create value for your raid no matter what. If you're not that good at Expo Dagger, you're probably going to fall off of it, and you're not going to like it. You're going to feel like it's extremely weak. And if you don't put the time into getting better with it, because it's one of those weapons where it's like the skill healing is very high as you get later into the game. If you're not willing to continue, like, stay, I don't know, practicing or whatever, just to make it to that skill ceiling or whatever, then you're going to not like the weapon. Because it takes a lot more effort. Like, you can't just jump in and spin to win anymore. When it comes to Expo Dagger in late game, you actually have to use skills differently. So people don't like that. They want something that's a lot more like simpler, a lot more fun for them, because it's like, they're spinning to winning. So they find something else that can spin to win. And there's other options for them, of course, but yeah, a lot of people swap off of it because they can't spin to win later on. I've been watching the YouTube videos and the Maxwell guys since there's a content. Yeah, no worries. Finished my Wombo. People looking to here. I've heard finish when it falls off more later in the game. So something. Yeah, evasion does not fall off more later in the game when you get resonance and ruins. You can get, like, for example, staff can build up to 3,000. Staff healer can build up to 3,300 melee evasion, for example. Lombo can build up to 2,700 melee evasion. Like, it doesn't fall off. You can still build it up to really good amounts. Your second stat, for Lombo will still be endurance, for example. Staff can be evasion. And yeah. So I was wondering if... But triple endurance builds are still really strong. Like I said before, they only get better as the game goes. T2 dungeons with the T1 accessories, like I just mentioned, the amounts is like 1,080 melee endurance, 1,040 magic endurance, and 1,100 something range endurance. You get that in a single build in the link that I already linked earlier on my quest log. Just a sneak peek of those part 1 T2 dungeons. So the triple endurance builds become very, very relevant for Lombo. They become extremely strong. And that's with our Lombo passive, by the way. Question: I see a lot of people talking about how in T2 having 1900 melee evasion won't be enough. I'm worried about needing to swap. Yeah, T2 1900 melee evasion is not enough, but luckily, Rob, we can reach 2600 and 2700 melee evasion, which is good. So as much as hit can increase, you can also increase melee evasion. Comes with runes and resonances. Staff can get 3,300, 3,000 average melee evasion. So yeah. Do you think staff dagger is better than bow staff? No, in ZVZ, bow staff is always going to be the best. They have the most AoE DPS. They're the best. They can get the most kills. Staff dagger, small skill, always going to be the better one because of dagger survivability. Staff dagger with a Bellendir staff, though, that's a different story. So staff dagger with a Bellendir staff can stealth into the backline of enemy and blow up 20 plus people with the staff, making it like really, really good. I don't think it will still be. It definitely won't be bow staff because nothing beats a flash wave reset, which is broken. Nerf flash wave, but it's still going to be a lot more competitive and really strong. Thanks for the reply. One of the questions since you said the breakpoint for melee evasion 1700 for staff 1. If I meet that without Night Slayer, can I run Supreme Devotion? Absolutely. That's what I do, Ariel, on my global character. Do care players have reliable info about how peaceful and guild boss loot drops works? They do. But also the most recent video right now on AGS went over that, Skillo. So if you missed it, conflict bosses, as confirmed by devs in the past as well, the loot for conflict bosses is determined by your guild's contribution. So your guild's overall contribution during a conflict boss specifically is what counts towards getting gear from the boss. And it is a system where the more contribution you have, the higher your chance of getting the gear is. So it's not guaranteed, it's just a higher chance. They're also going to be adding in, they discussed today in the video, they're adding in meters that will help players easily track your guild's contribution towards a boss during a conflict boss. During a peace boss, it's based on your party's contribution. So your party's contribution will determine if you it will determine your chances of getting the boss gear during a peace boss. When you die to a boss during peace mode, you lose 70% of your contribution, individual contribution. So keep that in mind as well. I'm currently Wand Dagger, but I'm playing it more as a support class, not usually self-bombing. Would Bow Wand... Yes, Woe Wand will be better to support your team, 100%. When you say 1700 melee evasion, including passives, just 1700 base, no passives. Again, do you know any KR YouTubers that runs a Queen Bellinger staff build? Used to talk about even random video. I don't have. Well, actually, to be honest with you, any staff player right now on KR that you find a video of, most definitely has a Bellinger staff. If not, they have the new Arc Boss staff, which is the Delulu staff. But they most likely have a Bellinger staff. Just because it becomes so much easier to get when like everyone has it. Hey, sorry, got an ads. As I heard you read my question about building a third weapon, transferring advice stuff. Oh yeah, no worries, Veruja. What I said about that is to keep your Umbermaster staff and build the bow from scratch. Also, I want to re-answer. Thanks, Ark. I have a question about longbow specialization on deadly marker. What does additional marker mean? Yeah, so the additional marker K means that if a deadly marker is already applied to a boss or whatever target you are trying to apply your deadly marker on, it will stack the deadly marker so it can apply to. And both of the deadly markers, what they do will stack as well. That's what additional marker means. But it's only up to 2. From what I understand. Well, I've only been in parties where there's 2 deadly markers. So I just know it works with 2. No worries, Sam. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's the thing, Gid. When you run full support builds, we run melee evasion range endurance because as full support build, full support healer builds, we don't have any offensive ability, so there's no reason to need a lot of hit. No one really runs magic evasion right now either, so like having high hit is not necessary for magic abilities as well on most servers. And even if people do run magic evasion, you know who to target that doesn't run magic evasion, right? Because you know higher chances of SNS, for example, not running magic evasion at all. You know, a higher chance of longbow players not running magic evasion at all, that's for sure. Because we can't even build it to the proper amounts. So you just know who to target. You know longbow staff likely won't run magic evasion. So once you know who to target, you know you can feud them. And then when you feud them, you target only your feud targets. So you know exactly who you land your magic abilities on. Tornado's a multi-hit ability, so every single hit of Tornado has a chance of proccing the collision effect from it. So you don't necessarily need hit for that ability either. It guarantees always procs on multiple people whenever you use it. Even with under 200 hit, you proc it so much. Almost feels like it's always, just because the multi-hit. I really hope they buff the damage abilities of Wand Noah. Everyone wants to be a healer. Yeah, I getcha. And they probably will. That's where the class, like, you know, the class system, they talked about the fusion skills. The fusion skills can definitely, for Wand Dagger, focus more on DPS. So you can be more of a DPS with Wand Dagger. Thanks, gamers. I appreciate that. Any good combo rotation for SNS 1? So hard to get kills in large scale. Oh, I appreciate the sub, by the way. Toto. I just saw that. Appreciate it. Any good combo rotation for SNS Wand? So hard to get kills in large scale, all range, and great swords steal kills everywhere. Yeah, SNS Wand bombing becomes a lot stronger in T2, so just hold out on that say what, and you're gonna once you get the T2 gear, you'll be able to, even when you get your Tev wand especially, you'll just be bombing like crazy. But especially with T2 gear, you'll be able to just go in, easily set up a combo because no one can kill you, and then you bomb them. When you say triple endurance, are you just talking about T2 gear? Nope. When I say triple endurance, it starts with the T2 dungeons, because the T2 dungeons have two really good endurance accessories that help you achieve that triple endurance early, Ginnaman. And this T1 accessories. SNS wand, so bad at dealing damage. Or I'm missing something. SNS wand right now is not as good as wand daggers dealing damage. That's correct. Say what? But with T2 gear, that's when it gets better than wand dagger, for the fact that it can do just as much damage, but also they're guaranteed to do it because they're so much harder to kill compared to a wand dagger. Would suggest swapping range endurance for magic endurance with melee evasion. Would you suggest swapping ranges, magic endurance, melee evasion? It's hard to do that right now with the current gear Nivium because we don't have a lot of the really good cloth melee evasion gear. So you're limited to melee evasion range endurance to reach the proper breakpoint for melee evasion specifically. Thank you for following Ginnaman. Oh, sorry, I was reading Stream Elements. Triple endurance is only for bow wand. It cannot be for wand staff. Can run the triple endurance technically. Nothing wrong with them running that, especially in large scale. When I ran on KR, when I was doing my swaps between staff and longbow, I always, like, any video that you see in my earlier videos of running staff wand, and you see how tanky I was and hard to kill, that was me just running my longbow endurance gear, if I'm being honest. So it does work for staff wand. It just doesn't synergize with your staff's defensive abilities, which is fine. Focusing on arena staff wand or bow wand, considering the new changes. Staff wand is still better in arena. It's the easier one, to say so, or to be more specific, it's the easier one. Eli, for me, oh yeah, no worries. Oh, thanks, Luco. I appreciate that. Just checking in conflict bosses. If you die, your contribution is reset, right? Or do you have to reset it? If you die during a conflict boss, for what I understand, is that your contribution is reset, but that hasn't been confirmed by devs. They've only confirmed that 70% of your contribution exactly is reduced. It's not English. Is reduced when you die during a peace boss. When you die during a conflict boss, they've avoided that question. but the assumption that we've always had on KR is that you just reset, because if 70% of your contribution dies from dying to a peace boss, then there has to be some sort of contribution lost during a conflict boss. So because you completely leave the boss zone when you die in a conflict boss, the assumption is that you just lose your contribution on the boss, most likely. Wait, and I can also see that maybe not being true. Because if the conflict bosses, since the devs confirmed that the conflict boss's contribution is determined by your guild's contribution, maybe it locks it into your guild's contribution, so you don't actually lose contribution, maybe, when you die during a conflict boss. But you know, it's actually an easy way to test that. Well, not easy way. There is a way to test it, though. You can do it right now in Rift Zones on KR, but that's going to take a lot more organization, so probably not likely. But when they add in the meters for conflict bosses that shows your guild's contribution on a conflict boss, if you get enough coordination from everyone involved, you can tell people to stop attacking, and you get like 5 people to die. If you get those 5 people to die during the conflict boss, and you see the meter, right? Because it's going to show meter. If you see that your guild meter go down from those people dying, then you can confidently say probably that dying loses contribution of some sort on conflict bosses. But until we get that meter, and until you can get someone to coordinate, like guilds participating to coordinate to figure that out, then we can't really confidently say what it is during conflict bosses. Sorry, I started thinking about that. Eli, since they killed our sustain with healing touch and swift healing, do you think they want more Hoff healer in the game? Also, no, I don't think that's necessarily true. Lookout. The complaint has been that it's been too hard to kill a Lombo wand healer, and it's too hard to kill an SNS wand healer. And so what the devs did is they're trying to address these complaints. And and this is going to be so shocking to everyone, but of course it's the great sword players complaining about it being too hard to kill healers because they want to perma stun us, perma CC us, and they think that they should be able to do that. But I say that they should just learn to get better and not rely on being able to CC lock a healer in order to kill them. Try to be smarter. But anyways, devs are catering to the great swords complaining. So it's mainly great swords, so they're catering to the great swords complaining, and I'm sure other DPS for sure. But yeah, so that's their way of balancing it. They're trying to make it easier, not easier, but they're trying to make it so a wand SNS, for example, cannot just tank 15 people and live. Like they have to die slowly for sure. Hey Igris, but they slowly for sure, but they have to die. And then wand longbow, they just want to make it that like someone that doesn't have an SNS isn't live lording just as well as a wand like SNS can for a good period of time. So that's just their way of trying to balance it. So we'll see how they adjust the changes. I'm sure they're going to adjust it, but we'll see. Eli, really bad news for us seekers, right? Nerfs. It's not the worst news, Wicked. Definitely the shield sucks compared to what it was before. And you definitely have to take off healing touch off your bar. But other than that, like everyone else got equal nerfs in terms of survivability because of everyone's going to be impacted by the healing debuffs. The buffs to the healing debuffs. And SNS got nerfs because more abilities can now reduce shield lock chance as well. Any thoughts about healers so far about balances? Yeah. Oh yeah, you just heard me. Yeah, that's my thoughts about it. I see. Thank you very much. Regarding contribution during bosses, do heals require health to be recovered to contribute? Yes, heals contribute to heals. Yes, health needs to be missing in order. So, yeah, let me say it this way: when you heal someone that has missing health, that is the only time where your healing will count towards contribution to the boss. So you cannot just spam your heals on people with full health. That will not count towards contribution towards a boss. Health has to be missing in order for contribution to be, in order for you to get contribution for that healing done. Currently, yeah, flash wave healers definitely still going to be, flash wave still going to be a strong heal on longbow for sure. Currently, I only hit 800 dirhams. Is that enough? Yes, 800 dirhams is great again for range. I see. So it only works when 2 longbows. Yeah. So should I be farming for Carnix bow even though I have 2 lists right now? Yes, definitely farm Carnix for PvP. I appreciate the work info. Yeah, no worries, Essel. Thank you, Toto. I appreciate that. Oh, and there you go. Yeah, Toto, thanks for subscribing by the way too. I'm still in mid-tierish based on your guide. Yeah. We'll get there. Don't worry, LOL. It'll get easier with T2 dungeons because a lot of hard to get gear is going to drop from T2 dungeons. Prices are going to tank. So that's another thing too. A tip for anyone who's still here. If you have gear that's field boss gear that you have, right? Sell it now because sell it, well, you don't sell it immediately right now, but like sell it soon because when the T2 dungeons drop and they're going to drop the T1 field boss gear and arc boss armor, the prices for all that stuff is going to nerf. It's going to drastically drop like it did on KR to like low 100s even. It gets really, really cheap. So if you want to make the thousands of loosens you can on it now, just look towards selling it. What else? Hey Terry, yeah, Bowan has the best healing output, so that's probably what people are trying to get at when they tell you that. But Savon is still good. They just do something different. Yeah, Staff Dagger and T2 is still really good. See. They say what? Yeah, it's just that SNS 1 gets a lot more stat points. They get skill damage boost with like their new shield. They also get when they also usually are prioritized for the Tev one, just for the fact they can live lord and bomb, and they can do like over 15k damage with a bomb, for example. It just gets really crazy, and like that's a lot of damage, and they can do that securely. They can do it precisely, where they can more precisely set it up compared to a wand dagger, where it's just a little bit more arbitrary and uncertain if they're even gonna land the bomb or get the combo off, or if they can get it off in like more like ideal spot. So that's why wand SNS start to rise in T2 when it comes to bombing. Where do I see the nerf on Lombo? Yeah, the nerf on Lombo were announced today with the KR update. So we should expect it on global in like 3 weeks to a month with some adjustments based on feedback they're going to receive this week from KR players. I have a summary of it in the Healer Discord focus. So if you join the Healer Discord, I have a summary of it in the announcements. This is just the link to the Healer Discord, and you can read about it there. I translated the KR notes just for healers, so you don't have to read all the other stuff you probably aren't that interested in. Also, after the balances, which is better for arena, small scale, wand staff is probably still really good, or at the top. Wombo still works, but like wand staff is always at the top. There's going to be meters competition conflict bosses as well. Yeah, they mentioned that today in the AGS video. How do you manage bow wand PvP when going solo? You don't. No, I'm kidding. You do. It'll just be if you're going solo, it's just playing smart with your positioning, really using your CC to your advantage. Stuff like that. If you have multiple people on you, you probably gonna be way harder to survive now. But yeah, it's just gonna be how you synchronize your skills and your positioning. I was playing Master Guide and the triple chance build and hit chance build. However, I don't see as much in T2 quest like this. But Wand is always full support hem. Oh, do you mean like just a hit build in general? I just didn't put that one together ham is all. I just put some of the builds that I had the time to put together, but I will add something like that to the quest log for sure. I was going to mention Instagram. Maybe you can read and help me later when you have time. Yeah, no worries, Venus. Yeah, I haven't read my Discord messages. Usually when I stream, I just focus on the chat. There's a lot of... That's like my best way to get through a lot of questions really fast. And then it's recorded and saved on YouTube for reference later. But yeah, I'll look at the Discord after. Now let's all complain if healers are not solid enough. Yeah, let's see if that works, Subaki. Healer here definitely appreciate builds. Yeah, thanks, Janko. Greatsword isn't even an issue on my server, and everyone on the server don't notice Greatsword being that important. Yeah, if your server just doesn't have like really good Greatswords especially, then you probably won't notice an issue with them. Generally, staff wand for arena small scale. How does staff wand play on PvP just healer? How does staff wand plays on PvP just healer? No, staff wand can play in many ways. You can play as like a CC bot healer, CC buff bot. You can play as a hybrid build. Yeah, those are like usually the two main. New healer here, definitely appreciate your builds. Yeah, no worries, Jago. Thank you. I'm long well. What ability should I build? Melee evasion range endurance if you like small scale, large scale. Or I'm sorry, small scale arenas. Small scales and arenas. When is this new T2's coming? They mentioned, AGS mentioned when they are going over the roadmap early on, right, like when the game launched, that it would be in November. Should I switch out a staff for bow and wand? It depends. It depends if you like this playstyle more, Isaac. If you like staff wand more, play staff wand. If you like bow wand, you like the idea of healing more, then go bow wand, I would say. Should I sell my excavator wand and just keep using Lek? You can do that, Mian. 100%. 100%. It's not a bad idea at all. For bow and wand PvP, PvE build, the PV damage is mainly from the explosion. Yeah. Mainly from the explosion. Explosions can heavy attack and they can also crit. Thank you for following Dalty. I'm bow lombo. What defense specifically should I build? Melee evasion, range, or... yeah, you could build melee evasion. Oh, I think I already answered you, Dalton. Right? Yeah, I answered you, Dalton. Oh no, I didn't. Or Dalty. That's who it is. Melee evasion, range endurance if you are in small scale and arenas. And then you can just go full endurance if you want for large scale, and then you transition that into a triple endurance build. T2 dungeons with new accessories, but not T2 gear. Yes. The other way. Okay, Eli, thinking into the future, T2 while everyone can kill faster and exit from team fight. It's not necessarily that they can kill faster. Look out, because it's you can easily be stopped. So that's like one of the problems. So like when you're stopped as a dagger wand, especially because you can be stunned in your smoke screen as well. Like that's something that they are keeping as something that should be a thing. You can easily be interrupted with your combo. So that's like the problem. So sleep bombing is easily interruptible on dagger wand. and that's why Wand SNS is looked more towards as the bomber. But in terms of survivability, you definitely have a good survivability as Dagger Wand, and really good burst healing when it crits, and you have a higher crit chance as well with your passive. Do prioritize upgrading your Lombo first or Wand first? If you're aiming to heal more, it doesn't matter. Also, Lombo main hand or Wand. Lombo main hand. Lombo has better defensive masteries, and as we know, as I've said many times before, masteries of your weapon always applies to the weapon whenever using a skill from that weapon. So there's no reason to keep the wand out in your main hand, because the masteries from the wand will always apply to any wand ability you use. So you want to use Lombo because it has way better defensive masteries that will help with your survivability and sustain. I would prioritize upgrading Wand first because it increases your healing the most. Your Wand healing, which has the better burst healing. Hey, newbie. Thank you. Oh, sorry, it's Pan. Yeah. Your link. Yeah, Pan. I have my builds on my max roll, so you can take a look at those. Those ones are updated to PvP ones. I think that's what you're asking for. So I'll put that in the chat for you, Pen. If you are asking for like the part 1 of T2 builds, I'll put that in the chat as well with all the builds. T2K was strong. Thanks for the insight. I guess I'll wait for the upcoming patch. I don't want to. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Is it worth to take trade 6 perception for 4 strength, 3 dex, and 160 range endurance? So I hit 760. It depends, Ariel. If you're running like a full support build where you don't really need the hit at all, then definitely. Is Band Universal Power going to have a high drop chance in T2? No, Band Universal Ring always drops from Belindir Arc Boss. It will not drop from anywhere else. Eventually you can get it from the Sustenance transformation, but we're not getting that in NA for quite a while. They confirmed that today in the video that we're not getting that for quite a while because they want to change it for NA to balance it. So I don't know what that means. They might even take out the Universal Ring from there too. New changes just buff people who zerg the most. I'm usually fighting outnumbered. I just don't like these new changes will hurt us bad. We'll see how it feels like. I don't want to be too rash with, assuming what will happen with it, but we'll see, never know. Do we have any idea when the patch is going to hit the West? I'm picking it in Discord. Yeah, no worries. I think we'll get it in probably 3 weeks to a month, probably. I heard SNS Dagger gets a lot of hate from KR. Any insights on that? Yeah, they do, because the reason why SNS Dagger gets a lot of hate from KR is because they're too single target focused. So in a ZVZ, so because they're so single target focused in a ZVZ, they don't have the AoE capabilities compared to the other tank builds that players want. So that's the issue. How trait works in the games? I can use a sword extract in a bow. Yes, you can. You can. To upgrade a trait, you can. Will Band Universal Power drop from T2 Dungeons in November? No, they will not. What will you be playing after changing light? You're thinking? I will be playing Wand Lombo always for sure. Is there somewhere I have, and then like a Wand Staff alt once I finally get to playing my alt more? Is there somewhere we can look at T2 accessories online? Yeah, if you go to the quest log build on the top right where you click the language, scroll down and click English for NCSoft, and it will show you the T2 accessories and all the T2 gear. Do you have Expo Dagger build or know of anyone good who knows what they're doing I should take a look at? I would ask Blue LL. Blue or Grimkill are both streamers as well, and they're pretty really good at the game on Expo Dagger. Blue's been playing KR also since like tests as well, so he has a lot of knowledge on the build and does a lot of nerdy stuff on it too. So I'd ask Blue or Grimkill. They have really good builds. They're really good at making the build work even at in T2 as well. How do you stun someone that's invis? AoE stun from a greatsword. How do you stun someone that's invisible? Oh yeah, AoE stun on the greatsword will catch people who are invisible for sure. Any CC will catch someone invisible if they're within the CC range. So you have to keep that in mind. No worries, Kay. So Universal Power will be Abyss for a long time. Yes, Universal Ring will be Abyss until T2 Talondir gear. Is Lombo Wand viable as DPS? No. As like a serious DPS? No. Where are you getting all this info? I'm getting all this info from my brain. I've been playing Throne of Liberty KR since like the test servers. So I've been around quite a lot to test a lot of stuff in the game. and play with players like Korean players who did also tests as well. So I just have a lot of knowledge from just playing the game and testing things myself. Just understand what works and what doesn't. Any chance do you know about crossbow's recoil shot? How can I turn it to wave shot for pushes? Oh, I remember testing this as well. Is it here? It's I'm pretty sure the way it works simply is just when you on the third hit of the recoil shot, when you use the recoil shot for the third time consecutive use, it will create a knockback. It'll just knock the target back. What dagger wand do you recommend? Oh, like a player who plays dagger wand? You can ask Rylock in the healer Discord or Nim. They're both really good at dagger wand. Nim is really good at dagger wand. I don't think he posts his video anywhere, but he posts them in the Ethereum Discord. Ask him to post his video. Just bully him into posting his videos or clips at least too, so you can see what he sort of does if you're curious. But yeah, Nim in the healer Discord, you can ping him or Rylock, and they're both happy to answer questions on dagger wand. Yeah, no worries, janitor. Do you have? You have a wand bow pure DPS build, not necessarily your farm build, but maybe something. I do have a skill build for it. In my PvP guide on Max Roll. I wouldn't say to take it too seriously in PvP. It's just for fun. Like if you want to just have fun during an event, you can definitely put that build on or tweak it however you would like, and yeah, and just have fun with it. Focus on arenas, which is just a melee evasion and range endurance build. Yes, I 100% would. Is Wand Dagger a viable support? Yes, Wand Dagger is a good support. They just do something different. And besides their really strong burst heals, they also have some of the best sleep bombs right now in T1. I'm tempted to splurge on a Tevent wand. Will there be 2 wands immediately attainable similar to the dungeon weapon sewer? Yeah, I would not splurge on a Tevent wand. There's gonna be a T2 wand that does a really cool curse. There's gonna be a curse wand in the out of the T2 wands. That is also a pretty good option for wand SNS. It's also good for it's pretty cool because what it does is when you use it. Do I have it still? Hold on. I only have my Tev wand, I think. I don't think I have it anymore. It's called Nocturne wand. I'm gonna check my storage. I might have it so I can just show what it does. I think I like threw it away when I not threw it away. I think I used it as a trait or something like that. No, I sold the trait. I'm pretty sure I sold the trait. I wouldn't use it as a trait. Yeah, sorry, no. I don't have the wand anymore, so I can't really show you. But what it does is Nocturne wand, when you use it, where is it? It's here. It turns Magic Circle into a skill that covers 5 meters around you. That's also increased by range, by the way. And that duration is also increased by your buff duration. But it increases the damage of your Magic Circle by 25%. So what it does is, you see the way that... So the way that Rotten Swamp works, it's like a rotten swamp that sticks to around your character and moves with your character. And just so you know, it does not stack with Rotten Swamp, so sorry about that. It will not stack with Rotten Swamp. It also, it will tell you that eventually on the weapon. But, so it's a version of Rotten Swamp that's 25% stronger, that sticks around your character and you can move around. So what people do with Wand Dagger is that they will activate, they'll activate Curse Magic Circle with that wand. They'll also, on top of that, activate Steno, right? they'll put poison as well on, and they'll go stealth. And while stealth, they're able to apply that CMC circle to everyone they pass through and damage them, while Steno's also throwing out her attacks and poisoning people at the same time. It's like if you do that and just run through a whole wall without being damaged. So that's what people were doing a lot early T2. For one Lombo Mastery Tree, you use for full support. For one Lombo, you do middle row to the 6th node, and then you do the top row all the way to the second last row. And then you do movement speed in the middle row again. I'm running the Evan Shock Melee Evasion Range Endurance set on your max roll. How long is the set good till? The set is good for a very long time. Until T2 gear, when you eventually just swap all gear out for T2 armor. You think Wand Dagger will fall off in T2? I think Wand Dagger is still okay in T2. It's just not as like it's just not the only one that can do what they do, is the thing. Can you transfer from launch server to East? I'm not sure about that slowly. How many items carry over to T2 for the wand bow build you put on max roll? When it comes to like the T2 part 1 build, like in terms of the T2 dungeons that are coming out and they're only going to have T1 gear in them, the only things that are changing are accessories for majority of builds. For the endurance builds, like 3 armor pieces change. The damage circle around yourself? Yeah, the CMC circle is what I mean when I say the damage circle. The CMC circle sticks to your character and it follows you around and does 25% more damage. Do you know a good build for Templar civil support? I see a Templar builds that is mostly just tanks. I basically want to be able to kill the for a Templar build, Takeomi, I don't know anything other than the Maxwell one. I didn't make the Maxwell one, but I know a lot of people who run the Maxwell one. Like all of Ethereum runs the Maxwell one, and they are really hard to kill. Mass PvP endurance, mass PvP endurance over evasion. Hey Wicked, yeah, triple endurance would be better. I followed your full support build on Maxwell and it mirrored all my guys. Is there any other weapon we use that won't require me to replace a ton of armor pieces? Yeah, Tevin bow, EB. But besides that, not really. You can run Lucurious one if you wanted to, for sure. Eli, I was building melee evasion with longbow endurance, and like this is probably gonna be my last question. I think I said I was gonna get off like 5 minutes ago, like an hour ago, and I just looked at the time. Yeah, I was building melee evasion with longbow and wand, and it was great surviving for range attacks, but shield proc. Now that with the shield gone, I don't know which is better, rebuild triple endurance or what? I'd wait out, look out. I think it's still gonna be good, but I wouldn't swap too hastily. Have you yet to have one single wand drop in Cape? Where can I pity it? You can pity it by getting 20 tokens from each dungeon, turning them into the salvation tokens omen, and then you turn in 2 salvation tokens for a weapon. Put the dagger wand and use melee evasion. How come you don't use shock gloves for the 2-piece one? Is it 6 perception? The shock gloves for the 2-piece bonus? Oh, this is KR. These are T2 gear. Shock gear does not compare to T2 gear. It's just not. T1 gear is irrelevant when T2 armor is out. T2 armor would just be ultimately better. Way more defenses, better stats, better set benefits, and everything like that. Is Tuvok still good for staff wand build? Yeah, you can run Tuvok staff wand build. These visual changes that are coming for wand longbow. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Wonder. I could do that for sure. Thinking about dropping bow wand. I don't think the nerfs are that bad, Wicked. I'm gonna continue playing it myself, but I'd wait. I wouldn't be too hasty about it because they're likely gonna make adjustments like they always do after the first week or two, and then by the time it gets to NA, it could be a lot different than what we're seeing right now in KR. Oh, well, something to know about damage reduction. Ginmin, damage reduction is a 1-to-1. So 1 damage reduction equals 1 damage. So if you have 20 damage reduction, that's only reducing damage by 20. So without being like, damage reduction benefits SNS the most and a lot, because SNS can get like 200 damage reduction just from their skills. Adding 130 damage reduction from gear, they can have up to like 400 damage reduction. Not exactly 400, but like in the high 300s. So you can imagine how that's impactful for them when they're like receiving damage from like 10 plus people. And then it also, yeah, just something that they can just naturally sustain, because they also have high defenses as well. They can reach up to 4k defense with their passive, and then also 6k defense with like Blessed Barrier. Like, they're just insanely tanky, which is also why those nerfs to shield block chance and healing reduction was a thing to counter one SNS who are just way too tanky. But I wouldn't put those gloves in. If you're a wand SNS, you want as much damage reduction as you can get while balancing stats. I think the better builds have like 100, 120 damage reduction on gear. Does Stellar Rate affect our healing? Yes, Stellar Rate does affect your healing. It increases your healing by a good amount, like you can see here. 77,990, use the healing ability. Oh, whoops. I have to be in combat. But because Stellar Rate increases your weapon, increases your weapon damage, right? So 155, 257. Put on Stellar Rate, right? Now it's 178, 295, right? And because that's your perma base damage with Stellar Rate, we know that Skill Heal restores an ally's health equal to 610% of base damage. So, because your base damage is increased by Stellar Rate, your heals will then be increased by Stellar Rate, because it's the calculation of 600% is based off of your base damage. If your base damage is increased by Stellar Rate, then the Stellar Rate is increasing your healing. That's 295. Take off Stellar Rate. Now it's 257. So yeah. That was Nivium who asked that question on YouTube. I play melee Vision Range Endurance, Jisley. Yay, Gin. It's you can get 80 and that's okay, but ideally you want as much as you can get. And like really good builds, like average like 100. But yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna hop off here, folks. But thank you for joining the stream. And yeah, hope folks found the test interesting. And yeah, I will be announcing my stream schedule now that I think I've settled on one on Sunday, and I'm gonna be doing Monday and Wednesday, with Friday, Saturday, Sunday being sort of like a random third. But I'm not gonna commit to a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It'll just be based, like, just be whenever I'm home on one of those days. But or if I'm at all. But Monday, Wednesday for sure will be the consistent days that I would probably stream, so I can do more Q&As like this. We talked about like doing VOD reviews, because folks in Discord were interested in VOD reviews, so we can do it as like a community. We can just like give helpful feedback to folks who want to get better, or like, want to know what people outside of the guilds probably think about how they play, right? Because that's like a good way to learn in a game, or like anything really. It's just getting people outside of your circle to provide opinions on what they think you're doing, or to learn from videos being sent in as well. But yeah, thanks folks for tuning in. I appreciate it, and thanks for folks who followed. Thanks folks who subscribed today as well. And thanks to that one person who donated. That was pretty nice of you. Get myself a coffee with the $5. I appreciate that. But yeah, appreciate it. And I think I'll raid. Let's raid someone. Yeah, let's raid someone. Let's raid Grenton. Yeah, thank you again. I'm gonna let's raid Grenton. Say hi to Grenton, and yeah, and then I'm gonna go and head to bed. What's Grenton's thing? It's raid, not Grenton. Oh, did I do that wrong? There we go. Thanks, folks. See you later.